clock is already stopped. Yo, what's up? I was listening to the music, but I forgot that I had the timer running and turned on the music later, so I was waiting for the music to run out. But yo, here we are. Welcome, everyone. Good to have you here. So it's news time, and as mentioned in the morning update, we're going to go live and see what the chart does. Very, very interesting. A little bit of volatility on the chart already. It's a bit spiky on the 1 minute time frame. Shaved indeed. It was getting too long. And then it just starts to get annoying. I don't shave with like knife. You know, I just have the machine. So it's not like smooth as a baby's butt. But yeah, it's off. You know, once in a while. I don't put a lot of effort in it. Just grows. It has the shape, and then eventually troop everything off and start again. Yo, Serega, Jeroen, Adam, good morning. Steve, Go, of Florian, Tawanrat, Karen K, welcome, man. Janis, Samuel, Carl's MT, or Call MT. Good CPI date. Good for crypto, or just good, or I have no idea what it means. So please help us out. I'll make sure to check the news website in a second as well. Mohip, comment ça va? It's going well, doing good. Time for a nice little live stream for an hour. Check if the news is going to do anything. Probably I do want to check New York Open as well in an hour. And then we can end it after CPI is expected. Okay, so it may have been in price already. JP, what's up? Christian, ready for another masterclass. What's up, man? Cheers. Tarun Mirpuri, how you doing, man? Jeez, such a long subscriber already. Don Ernesto, Deon, Dara, Bettina, Call, Yuri. What's up, guys? Shem, Leva, Juice, Ern, Yanis, Valerio, Tobias. Cool. Nice to have you all here in big amounts. Dexter, how you doing? I actually watched an episode of Dexter last night. We are currently in the season where, the season after, spoilers, if you watch Dexter, spoilers. We're currently watching the season after Rita dies. I don't know which one it is. Season 3, season 4, where we're in that one. It's nice. So, hey, if you have never been here, welcome to the channel. So the live streams are always ordered in 3 bits, pretty much, or at least I present them in 3 pieces. First of all, we say hi. We do a little bit of chatting, right? See what's up. How you guys doing? Then we jump into the Elliott wave analysis, which is what we're going to do in a second. And then we go into chatting and Q&A, and I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. And then eventually, of course, one time I have to quit the stream and continue with my day, and you have to continue with your day, I suppose. But Jen, welcome. Elon Trump's SD. What's up, everyone? CVD played very well today. It did. Retest that support, bullish CVDs. I mean, there was no weakness. I said it in the morning update as well at the end in the probabilities. Probabilities are locally higher, of course, to move up with the support, no weakness, bullish CVDs. We have that played out. We took the high, but the question is 57 or 68. And we're going to analyze this bit of price action in more detail than I did in the morning update. The morning update was more like a general summary. I will give that general summary, but after that summary, I want to jump into the lower time frame. more and more, I mean, the channel grows every day, and it's going quite quick. But like you want to, it's quality over quantity. I mean, we do updates, 3 updates a day, but the quality should remain high, and I don't want to change the format of the live stream, saying hi to all of you, then go into the analysis, and then into chatting Q&A. Tommy, what's up? Markets Mike, good to have you here, man. One of the newest members, yo. What's up? Adam, clean shave, aerodynamic, exactly, for my racing, go-karting. Hard as ace winner, what's up, man? I mentioned your channel on a trying to cheers, ace winner. Of course, make sure that feel free to hang out and support other channels. Of course, you should, but try not to spam too. I don't mind people mentioning my name and stuff everywhere, but of course, respect every other creator, right? They're doing their best, they're doing their analysis, and they have their community. And we should all respect their work, of course. Yeah, you know what I mean? No enemies online. Enemy, how possible 57k? I'll show you in a second. WXY or a flat? But I'll explain it. Darpon, Adam, Marcus, Mike, love the diamond update. Cheers, Mike. Happy to hear that. And hopefully you've been doing well. Bob, are we good? We good. Arson, what's up? French toaster. I would like some toast. Henrik Persson, thank you for everything. Always a pleasure, sir. Paul Meet, Hoshi, Manuel, Johnny. Yo, I will, like, one day when we have so many people. I mean, I say one day, but it's never guaranteed. But if we continue growing like this, then it will be one day. I can't keep up saying hi, like, you know, at the beginning. Okay, let's start with the analysis, right? So I'm going to do a summary first. Bogdan, how you doing? Bogdan, everyone, one of the longest members here on the channel, subscribers and members, by the way. And he is getting back into trading after exams and everything he's been doing. Angry Grandma, I don't know the language, but what's up? How you doing? George, you are one of the few who are true in this division. I might not understand everything because I'm not a daily trader, but you explain to such level that anyone can understand. I hope that's the goal. Elliott wave theory is very complex. It will always be very difficult to learn, but I do try to explain it in the easiest way possible with the direction of what we expect price to do, right? Maybe a band-aid. Yeah, mate, it's going so quick. What's up, maybe a band-aid? TA, afford to pay. No need to pay. We're going to start with the TA. Free content. All right, free content. Okay. 12 minutes into the live stream. Let's start. So I'm going to give you first a summary with the probabilities, and then we get into the nitty-gritty of what is happening locally, and 68K versus 57K, okay? So short and sweet, weekly time frame, highest probability scenario is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave impulsive structure. Area of interest, area of support is the yellow box taken from the low to the high of your 3, right? So far, so good, nicely respected. The 618 at 37.7 is your invalidation. Target for your wave 5, 81.3K to 129K. It's a big area, but based on the lower time frame structures, we can get more specific. Now, mind you that this scenario is a conservative scenario because now your all-time high is only one wave away, and then we look for a move towards the downside. Your not very conservative scenario, your by far most bullish scenario, is a double 1-2. Now, with regards to the double 1-2, the only reason I show it is because of this quote. This is a quote from Elliott Wave International, which says, alternation within an impulse can be summarized by saying that one of the two corrections will contain a move back to or beyond the end of the preceding impulse and the other will not. Now, what this means in a nutshell is if you have an impulse, which is a 5-wave impulsive structure like this, either wave 2 or wave 4 moves back to the high of your the high of your 3 or the high of your wave 1 or takes that high, right? So move back to or beyond the end of the preceding impulse, the other will not. So in other words, one correction is not going to move back close to the high where it came from. The other correction will move close to or above the high and then correct further before continuation. Alternation. However, in the double 1-2 on my chart here, you can see that this wave 2 actually moved above the high of wave 1, and this wave 2 retraced very deep, almost taking out the high of 1. So it's interesting that if we look at the two wave 2s, it actually, goes against what we see here for this scenario. Here we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Preferably when we look at alternation, we have one wave that is deep, that doesn't go to the high, and one wave that is retracing high or above and then reject. But in this case, both of the corrective structures are very, very horizontal structures, right? We don't really have a deep structure. So it does give at least a little bit of probabilities to a double 1-2, but it's not the highest probability scenario. We prefer to be conservative, and if price moves to the upside, we observe all of the ranges that are gonna follow next. Also, side note, if you like statistics, if wave 2 is a sideways corrective structure, wave 4 still has about 75% chance of being a sideways corrective structure. You got to know your data, so it's very interesting. The difference between the two, here we move up. You want to see a very big range forming over here for your wave 5, weakness, rejection, and then continuation down. Right? In the most bullish scenario, you just want to pump through that area. 100K, 150K, shouldn't matter. Move up, short range, move up, short range, move up, and then eventually you start bigger ranges, but at a higher price. That is the difference. On the daily time frame, the bullish scenario is a finished three-wave corrective structure, and we look for price to move up towards all-time highs. Now, the invalidation, of course, is the low. Common target for your C is hit, the 1-to-1 trend-based strip extension from the start to the end of A to the end of B, nicely respected. And that means that locally you want to count bullish impulsive structures. Now, if you then go to the 1 hour time frame, right, then this is the summary version. We'll get into the nitty-gritty after I've done the summary version. The probabilities at the moment locally here on a 1 hour time frame are highest to still take out this high. And it doesn't matter if we still move to the downside to 57 or 55, the probabilities are higher to still move up. Doesn't matter if we take out the high for a flat. I have these scenarios prepared. This is nitty-gritty stuff, but I'll show the details. We still expect price to move up after, right? Probabilities are highest to take the highs because of two reasons. First, the most bearish scenario would be a 1-2-1-2 move towards the downside. However, this second wave 2, right? Let me put this on the chart at least for the sake of clarity. Oh, all right. So you have a 1-2, and if you would look for another 1-2, that's your most bearish scenario. Well, in this case, price has touched the 886. I think it just missed out on taking the high, but I'm not sure. But if it did, it's an invalidation anyway. But you touched the 886, which is a very rare target for a wave 2, but it is common for a B or an X. Right? So the fact you touched the 886 here very much decreases probabilities for this scenario. And I do want to check, no, we didn't yet take the high, but the probabilities are incredibly low because of the 886 touch. Now, your second, arguably most bearish scenario would be to count this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with in wave 2 a flat, A, B, C, three-wave structure, continue down. However, in a flat, A, B, C, right? Your common target for your wave B in white is between the 1.236 and the 1.38 Fibonacci, which is not respected. We move to the 1.618, which is a very rare target for B, not preferred, right? Lowest probabilities, plus wave B has to be a three-wave structure. It looks impulsive. So therefore, right, the bearish scenarios, low probabilities, it automatically increases the probabilities for the bulls to take out the high. And it doesn't even matter what scenario we're looking at, but I do have scenarios prepared for you, which I will show you in a second, which is aligned with what the thumbnail shows and the title shows as well. But to summarize the local price action, whatever is happening over here doesn't matter. Probabilities are higher to take out that high at some point, right? And I'll get to the scenarios in a second. Your bearish scenario on the weekly time frame, because a good Elliott wave analyst always needs a bull and a bearish scenarios. You are not allowed to be biased. You need to do research both ways and decide on the probabilities based on your analysis. Lower probability scenario, but we're prepared. A three-wave corrective structure, minimum target 30K, continue towards the upside after. Only increases in probabilities if we really take out 38.5k, but at the moment locally, even on the daily, probabilities are higher for the bulls as well, which is the reason this scenario has a lower probability, right? So the probability are higher for the bulls compared to the bears on a high time frame, continue the trend towards the upside. And on the daily time frame, the most bearish scenario is a double 1-2 and then a very big wave 3 to the downside. Reason probabilities are lower for this, and by the way, with the double 1-2 you are looking at very low prices. The reason it's lower is because your wave 2 here touched the 886, and the 886 again, rare for 2, common for a B or an X, increasing probabilities. Everything here is corrective, not impulsive. Increasing probabilities to continue towards the upside, right? Now, an alternative bearish, quote unquote, I have to say bearish scenario, because it's actually not bearish, but you know, I'll show it nonetheless, would be a WXY. So wait, before I confuse people, let's make this clear. Weekly time frame, higher probability for the bulls, and continue. We're looking for a 4 and a 5 minimum with the potential of a double 1-2 up. So higher probabilities for continuation of the bigger trend on the weekly. On the daily time frame, the probabilities, which is where I'm now, are also higher that this range here is corrective, a bull flag, right? And it's not impulsive, meaning a lot lower to come. In other words, probabilities are higher to move up, either from the low we have here, or there's always a potential, another low and move up, but let me explain, right? So just so the probabilities are clear, because I can imagine that at times scenarios and multiple scenarios may lead to confusion, but it's about the overall probability, right? So on the daily time frame, this is your most bullish scenario, A, B, C, and up. And your arguably little less bullish, but still bullish scenario, right? Which still leads to continuation, which still has a higher probability compared to a bearish scenario where you look for much, much lower, right? Is a WXY, okay? So here we then have our 3 wave in a W, 3 wave in an X, and then we have our wave Y. Now it is a bit early to call for triangles, right? In a wave Y, because we are not even close to a wave D, right? You then have your B, we need a C, D, and eventually an E. And at the moment, based on the local price action here, or here I should say, the probabilities are not great for a wave C to the downside, right? So this triangle has reduced in probabilities, which now changes the bearish scenario to a wave A, B, C, take the low once more and then move up. Your target for C is preferably the 0.618 to the 1, because else you get very, very low. Like preferably you don't even touch this area here, which is your most common target area for A, B, C, right? The 0.618 is a rare target for C, but preferably you don't go all the way down, because you're going to reach invalidations of a bull market. Again, like this is, I'm already starting to go into a little bit of detail, but let's move on. Probability is higher on the daily for the bulls, right? Low in, one more low, doesn't actually even matter. But we're going to talk about the 1 hour time frame, because that's where it really happens. So that is what we're going to do. I actually want to add one more thing here. Even if we do look for one more low, preferably your B moves higher to 65 to 68k before a C down. I just wanted to have that one said. Okay, 1 hour time frame. So summary, weekly time frame, higher probability for a trend up and take all-time high. Daily, higher probability that the range that we've been in since March is corrective. ABC, WXY, doesn't matter, we're looking up, right? So risk management is important. And then on the 1 hour time frame, we have a what looks to be very three-wavy structure to the upside. It's actually not too easy to count this as a nice impulsive structure. But let's go into the nitty-gritty. So if you do like Elliott waves and you like a lot of detail and analytical stuff, make sure to stick around, because that is what we're going to do now. It might be a bit complex, but I'll try to explain it as good as I can. So you're familiar with the probabilities, weekly up, daily, also still bullish, even if you do make another low. 1 hour probabilities are still and always higher to take out this high at some point. But let's go over the 1 hour scenarios, right? Scenario number 1. In this case, we are looking for a WXY zigzag in a W, complex structure in an X, and then a move down in wave Y. Your target is between 58.5K and 55.3K. In this particular area, we have pretty much 2 areas of support. First of all here, 57.9 to 57, and below 54.6 to 55.2. Because our wave W is a zigzag in a sideways double combo, also known as a double 3 or just sideways WXY, your wave Y is not allowed to also be a zigzag. It has to be a flat or a triangle. Now, a triangle in wave Y is generally least common, so preferably we are then looking for a flat, A, B, and then a wave C. Mind you that we still did not touch the daily naked point of control at 63.1K. This is your most important resistance directly to the upside. If you pass 63.1, I mean, yeah, it increases probabilities to move up to higher prices, right? 65, 66, 67, 68. And there we are, mentioned 68, right? So this is arguably a bearish scenario. And the reason it is quote unquote bearish is because still after a WXY, you look for price to move up. Because again, probabilities are higher to take out this high. Probabilities are higher. All of this is corrective, right? So probabilities are higher to move up. It just gives a better opportunity for potential longs, if at least you don't already have one, right? So no financial advice, but that's the way it is. So this is a scenario I'm keeping an eye on. This is your scenario towards 57K, right? Now, oh wait, side note, inside your wave X, this is important because now I'm going to be talking about the lower time frames in a second. Looking at your wave X here, we then have a flat WX zigzag in a wave Y, right? A, B, C. So it's a sideways double combo with a W, flat, X, double zigzag, Y, zigzag, end of X, okay? I have seen a scenario from KG. KG is a great Elliott wave counter. Not sure if he's currently live here, but his scenario was the same, WX, but then his wave Y was a bigger ABC to move towards a little bit higher and then down, right? So in both cases, it leads to the same result. Cool. Okay. Now this is, so let me explain. This morning, I provided you guys with a 5-minute video, right? It was a summary about the weekly, the daily, and the 1 hour time frame. Weekly probabilities, bullish. Daily probabilities, bullish, yeah? Continuation of the trend. 1 hour probabilities, higher to take out the high. But as you have realized, the video was online quite late. And that is because this morning, I was zooming into the lower time frames here and figuring some stuff out. And then I recorded a video of 20 minutes about the 1 hour time frame scenarios and the detail. And then once I uploaded it to YouTube and I was putting in the timestamps, I realized, shit, it is too technical, it is too long. I can't present this, right? It's so, at least not in a video where I can't answer the questions. So that is why now that we are live, I am going to cover this. And then what I did is I removed that 20-minute video from YouTube. Then I recorded a 5-minute video, just summarizing everything, not going into detail, uploading that one. So here we are. Okay, bullish scenario. Well, in a bullish scenario on the 1 hour time frame, right, you are looking for a wave 1A or W, a finished 2B or X, and continuation to the upside 3YC. It doesn't matter what we're looking for, because in all cases you go up, right? And then we'll look later. We'll look later. We observe the ranges, we observe the volume, we observe the extensions, we'll observe the whatever, right? So we'll figure that one out once we get there. But in all of the cases, you go up in this scenario. So then the question becomes, can we have a nice finished 3-wave corrective structure to BX, right? It's the same corrective structure. We are looking to finish a correction at this low and move up impulsively, or at this low and move up impulsively. Again, this is going to be very, very technical, but hopefully people enjoy it. So if we want to finish a 3-wave corrective structure at this low, we simply count this as an ABC and we're done, right? It's nice. It's a nice 3-wave structure to the downside. We take a trend-based fib extension from the high to the low, right? Your common target for your wave C is between the 1 and the 1.236. Nicely respected, acted as support, up we go, right? Makes sense. However, and this is the problem of having this low here as the end of your 2BX. It's this. Now, sometimes waves are formed that are not very clear or 3-wavy, and that is why I love CVD, because CVD gives a lot of information. But you can clearly see that we have a move up being a 3-wave structure. Now, the only way to start an impulse to the upside with a 3-waver is a diagonal. But there's at the moment not really a diagonal to be seen. An alternative is this being a 1. This is a big flattened 2, right? Then you have another wave 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't know, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and eventually you move up, right? Or A, B, C, right? W, X, Y, A, B, C, and you start a bigger diagonal. So you have a 1, 2, 3. Well, 4 has to be in because we now took the high. 4, and then 5. And now we reject to the downside before continuation. But as you can see, it's not pretty, right? It's not pretty. And also, if this is a flat ABC, to count this as a zigzag, look how high your B is. Take a fib from the high to your low of your A, right? Look at that, right? We passed the 1.618, which is very high for a wave B. It really lowers probabilities that this is a flat, which increases the probabilities for this to be a zigzag, 3-wave ABC, followed by a zigzag, ABC, and an impulse up, meaning a flat. But if this is a flat, right, we can't end a corrective structure at the low, because there's only 3 structures you need to know to start an impulse to the upside and really move to much, much higher prices, which is an impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no overlap allowed between 1 and 4, right? Then you have a diagonal. Most common is a contracting diagonal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A leading contracting diagonal, leading meaning wave 1 or A, can consist of 2 counts. you can have an impulse to the upside in your wave 1, meaning an internal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, zigzag in 2, impulse in 3, zigzag in 4, impulse in 5. That's perfect, right? However, we can't count a nice impulse in here. Doesn't work. Or we have a 3-wave structure in 1, zigzag, family structure, in 2, in 3, in 4, and in 5. So now all of the waves are zigzag structures. Now the only way to count this as a zigzag would be A, B, and then a wave C. Meaning 1, meaning 2, meaning 3, right? 4 has to be in already because we took the high. And wave 4 has to be a zigzag. So you can't have a flat in a wave 4 and then move up in 5. It's not possible, right? So as you can see, it's not too great. It's not too great. I told you this was gritty stuff, right? This is if you want a simple summary Elliott waves, please go more towards the beginning of the video. So because we're not finished yet. So ending 2B or X here and starting an impulse up to move towards 68K is not great. The probabilities are not awesome that this here is your low and you have impulsive continuation based on the first structure that we have here. Now, sometimes it is the way it is, right? Sometimes price just moves up and it looks 3-wavy and it looks corrective. But I guess we can all agree that this being an impulsive structure up is not awesome. Okay, so that explains the current low that we have on the chart. Can we end a 3-wave corrective structure here and move up impulsively? The probabilities are currently not high for that to happen because we can't count a nice impulse to the upside, we can't count a nice diagonal to the upside, and nor can we count a multi 1-2. Right? Unless it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, I mean, it's just, yeah, a little bit ridiculous for those type of things. So something to keep in mind, right? Now, what I like to use, if price action is not too clear, what really helps me is CVD divergences. Right? Now, you see me talking about this thing quite a lot because I love using it. It's my favorite tool and favorite indicator. And the template and everything is completely free. Just I should probably put a link in the description, but just go to Discord and you'll find in the Good to Know channel, you'll find all of the information. So we made the low, we moved up, bit of bullish CVD, price moved up. We start ranging down again, more bullish CVD, price moves up. It's interesting, right? And now the local bullish CVD is already played out. I'm not interested in this bigger bullish CVD here because of the high that we made and we moved to the downside at the moment. So what I am much more interested in is for price to show me brand new bullish CVDs after the high that is made. That is more interesting to me at the moment. So I don't want to focus on any of the CVDs before. I want price to show me new signs of strength. Right, so move down, blah, 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 then start moving to the upside again, and on a 3, 5, 50-minute time frame, new bullish CVDs, right, to support a potential move and continuation up. Okay, so we identified this low as not great probabilities for an ending of a corrective structure. Cool, let's go to this one. 2BX, higher low. Can this low be the end of a 3-wave corrective structure and move up to 68K? There's the question. Well, for wave 2B or X to finish at this low and count this as an impulse up, which, by the way, I have a comment about as well coming up, which is my local overlap folder here. But for price to finish at this low, it has to be complex. Because this here has to be a wave W. It cannot be a wave A. The reason is that if this is labeled B, it's not high enough. Because you can only have a 3-wave structure in a wave A in a flat. And in a flat, the minimum target for B is the 0.9 fib taken from the high to the low, which is like here, which clearly we didn't touch, right? So it has to be a WXY. So we label this W. Now we know that based on the structure here, the probabilities are good for a potential flat. Okay, that's our X. So we have a W zigzag X flat. The problem then is Y. If we label Y at the low, because it has to, then your wave Y here is a complex structure. You have a three-wave structure here, three-wave structure here, and a three-wave structure here. But an internal wave Y is not allowed to have a WXY, right? So a wave Y cannot contain a WXY. You can't have a WXY in a wave Y, neither in a wave W. So that leads to a problem. Okay, well, solution, I put my X here. Now what is X? X is then flat, W, X, zigzag, Y, zigzag. So X now is a sideways double combo. Flat, zigzag, zigzag, okay? And then your wave Y is a zigzag. Problem. Wave Y is not allowed to be a zigzag because wave W is already a zigzag. And in a sideways double combo, wave W being a zigzag, wave Y not allowed to be a zigzag. Also, if you think about the ratio, look at how big your wave W is and how small your wave Y is. Now, when we talk about ratio analysis and time, you do want to look at structures and be, okay, this looks good, right? It's even in the book, in the Elliott wave principle, regarded as like the Bible of Elliott waves, they talk a lot about time. They talk about alternation. They talk about ratio analysis, right? They talk about all that stuff. So it is important. And you can see how short your Y is compared to your wave W. Besides the fact wave W and Y are not allowed to both be a zigzag in a sideways double combo. And this then leaves us with the question, is this the end of your 2B or X? Well, we now know, based on the nitty-gritty stuff, that ending 2B or X here is not great because of the start, right? Ending 2BX here is not great because of the corrective structure. If you would ask me, make a choice between the two pivot, which one for you has the highest probability of being the low if you had to choose one, I would pick this one, right? And then I just have to live with the fact that we have either multiple 1-2s here, right? Very ugly, but then it's just the way it is, right? Or we are working on some sort of random diagonal or whatever. But then I would always pick this one over this one because this one is very bad as a low, right? But still, in other words, having one of these lows as the end of a corrective structure, at the moment it's not great probabilities. What looks best is a WXY where you have a zigzag in a W, you have a complex X being a flat in W, double zigzag X, and a three-wave A, B, C, and Y. Now let me also explain, if this would be your low and you look for an impulse up, then you have to somehow count inside this structure a 4-wave move, a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you have an extended 5. Now, an extended 5 is rare compared to an extended 3. Right? Extended 3 is most common. Then comes an extended 5, then comes an extended 1. But you can see how much overlap there is in this move towards the upside. How do we count a 4-wave impulse in here, right? We can always try and force something. Oh yeah, maybe like a 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, like whatever, right? It's ridiculous. There's so much overlap. It's not a clean impulse at all. Very deep retracement here as well, which again overlaps also with a previous range. And then out of nowhere, we get this push to the upside. The push contains a high amount of volume compared to the other moves here to the upside. As you can see, poof, we get a bit of a bounce. But after, if we do look for an impulse, being some sort of a wave 1 diagonal, wave 2, 3, and we want to see a 4 and a 5, right? Most commonly, the highest amount of volume is in a wave 3. So preferably, you would count this as a 1, 2, 3, look for 4, and look for 5 because of the volume, not an extended 5. However, if we would compare wave 2 in time, now let's do this, and then do that, and then do this, with wave 4, then you can see that if this is all wave 4, right, it's too long, right? So you would need to end your wave 4 somewhere here, and then this needs to be an impulsive structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. An ending diagonal would be the only way to then count this, there you go, as an impulse, right? But that means that you are now looking for a retracement because you have then a finished five wave move, no? 1, 2, 1 being some sort of a diagonal because of all the overlap. You got your 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, then you look for a move down again. Right? So probability is high to move down. And then you have the 05786 being your most common target for a wave 2. If you are impulsive and you look for this, right? So that's 60.1 to 59.1K. That is your arguably bullish scenario, I suppose, no? But that then means, of course, you need to end a correction here, right? To count this as a finished impulse 2 and then 3 up, which isn't great. So the nitty gritty. So basically, what are we saying? Concluding, like now we are concluding because this is very detailed. This is a lot of theory, but let's summarize everything in 1 minute. Okay. Keep the timer. 1 minute. Okay. From 47 to 48. So 1 minute summary. Weekly time frame. Probabilities are highest for this scenario where we look for a wave 4 to finish in this box, potentially finish, and we move up for a wave 5. This is your main area of interest, 57.1, 42.8. On the daily time frame, the probabilities are higher for the bullish scenarios where we are looking at a finished ABC continuation to the upside. We want to count impulsive moves up. We know the probabilities locally are highest to still take 63K at some point. But of course, here you want impulsive structures up. Your alternative bullish scenario is a WXY here, where your wave Y is not yet finished. Potential for an ABC to take one more low and then move up. We got to wait and see based on the 1 hour time frame. On the 1 hour time frame, the probabilities are highest to take out 63K sooner or later. Take out this high. I don't care if it's a bigger WXY and then we move up, or if it's a flat and then we move up, right? Highest probabilities is to take the high. I also don't care if it moves up impulsively, but based on the nitty gritty, longer than 1 minute, the probabilities arguably are higher that we haven't yet started an impulse to the upside, but I continuously keep an eye on CVD, and that will help me to identify upside, yes or no. Yeah, I know, time's up. So yeah, so that's basically what we are looking for, right? So the probabilities are not really great for this to be the end or this to be the end. Probabilities would be higher to continue correcting, but just to make things simple, take out the high. That's the highest probability, and I don't care how it's going to do it. Once you take out this high, I will observe the reaction. First of all, at the daily naked point of control, 63.1, and if you pass this, probabilities are higher to move to 68. But based on the local structures here, I mean, at the moment your probabilities would be higher to still sit in some corrective structure. The WXY looks really good, compared to a more bullish scenario where you just continue, even compared to a flat where you look for higher first and then a wave C down. So in other words, the probabilities would be higher to continue ranging, right? Instead of escaping this range. And we keep an eye on the CVD. But by all means, don't understand me wrong. Highest probabilities are to take out this high at some point. That is your trend, right? Quote unquote. That is what you're going to be looking for. And basically everything that is happening here is all about finding a good moment to join the party, right? Something I haven't told you yet. Fib time wise, right? So this is a fib time taken from the start to the end, comparing your up move with your down move here. And currently the lows here are made around the 1-to-1 fib time, which actually is quite nice, right? Arguably, that's something you want to see in, for example, a bullish scenario. Around the 1-to-1, perfectly fine. But it can easily, even for wave 2s, but also Bs and whatnot, you can easily move towards a 2 or a 3. But side note, the lows are made around the 1-to-1. It's just that weekly bullish, daily, also look for continuation or one more low and then continuation, doesn't matter. 1 hour time frame higher to take out this high. But based on this here, arguably your probabilities are higher to continue ranging and move towards at least 57 instead of 68 first. So yeah, this is indeed nerdy analysis because it's a lot of in-depth stuff, a lot of theory thrown around and terminology and whatnot. So it might not be the easiest to follow this live stream. I gotta say I don't often go in this much detail and nitty gritty and all that stuff. But it's sometimes good to zoom in and observe this in on the lower time frame. So in all of the cases, preferably you still look for retracement and at least a continuation of the range first, and then eventually move towards 68. Even if you take the high, we still have the potential for a flat as well. Right, so yeah. Okay. Yeah, cheers. I can't pronounce your name, but if there are any questions, this is also why I decided to do this in a live stream. And that is why the video this morning was just a summary. Because if there's any questions, I can't answer them, probably not all of them in the comments. And I prefer to show things live on stream in a video compared to writing in text, which can only make things more complicated. So yeah, if you don't know what's going on very low time frames, always just zoom out, right? Zooming out generally helps. Also a recommendation, of course, by Elliott Wave International is if you don't know what's going on a certain time frame, either zoom in or zoom out till you get more clarity again. And then you just wait. For example, if on a 1 hour time frame or the 50-minute time frame, you have no clue what's going on, then zoom out to the 4 hour, zoom out to the daily, and just wait for price to come to you. And once it gets more clear, right, you can trade again. You don't have to trade every move up or down. You have to trade the high probability moves, right? You can't trade every move up and down. And so yeah, on the weekly, we look up still. What I'm gonna do just for myself quickly, but of course live on stream, is I'm quickly gonna put some makeup on the chart here and explain what I am doing. So because of the local price action, WX, we can still have a WXY. It's too early to call triangles, and because of the local price action here, a triangle here in a wave Y, it's not a great probability. So you have a W, either a zigzag or a flat, both works, X, and then wave Y can be a zigzag, flat, or a triangle. Now a flat is unlikely, you got to move above the high. So yeah, it's pretty much your invalidation. And then you have a triangle or a zigzag. In a triangle, if this would be A, B, C, D, E, right? The problem you have now is that if this is the end of your B and you move down in C, you want C to be a double zigzag, W, X, Y, but your wave X retraced to the 0.7 or higher than the 0.7 Fibonacci, which significantly reduces probabilities for a double zigzag, WXY, which therefore reduces probabilities for a triangle here with a finished B looking for CDE. So therefore, if we do look for one more low, it would preferably be an ABC, which is a zigzag. Now the issue with the current high that we have, and that's also nice because probabilities on the 1 hour are still higher to sooner or later take out 63K. But your most common target for a zigzag is the 1 to the 1.236. Now we know on the weekly time frame we want to stay above 38.5K, right? But you can see that your target is very low for wave C, your most common target. The 618 is a rare target, right? So currently with the current high, your common target would be 41.8 to 36.8, which is of course insane, right? The 618 is right around the low. So the problem as well is that for a wave Y, your common target area is already hit. The 1.618 for Y is rare. But with an ABC, you're always going to move to the 1.618. So might be the way it is. So in other words, preferably here, based on local price action, this is not your high. Highest probability remains, right, to take 63K at some point. And if you do finish your B at somewhere like 68, then at least your target for your wave C, right, the higher B goes, the better your target is, right? 45K is a lot more like, let's say, healthy than moving to 40K, right? And we do have some additional resistance at 45 as well here, 44.3, 45.2, support, some additional support. So that would be an area I'm looking for. So preferably your B is first pushing up, moving, right? So pop, and then move up, looking towards 67, 68, and then reject and move down. Continuing the trend of low, lower, high, low, lower, high, lower, lower, high, lower, lower, high, lower. But it's all corrective. It's all corrective. It's not impulsive. So each time you're going to be looking to pretty much bite the dip, quote unquote. Of course, no financial advice, but the trend on the weekly is higher to move up still. So it just gives better opportunities pretty much. But in other words, we want B to move up first before a C down. So, okay. So, yeah. Let's jump into the chat. I think, I'm not actually sure, I think I missed some stuff as well in chat, especially in the beginning, things were happening. So let me have a look in a second. Elliott wave analysis at... when do we start? If in doubt, zoom out. Exactly. I love deep analysis. Oh, I see what you did there. When did we start? Like 12 minutes, 30 minutes? I don't know. Let's just write 14. And if you have any questions, make sure to ask. Let's see if some probabilities can play out. 1442. I will look at theory, but first, wait, let me first go here because I saw something blue dot. Erhan, man, this guy. So Erhan became a member last week, new member. In that same live stream, he became a member. I think, Erhan, what was it? You gifted like 5. And this guy doesn't stop. Trying to take the #1 gift position, I suppose, on the stream. Yo, Aaron, thanks for gifting the 10 twice. That's insane. Thanks for the support, but especially also thanks for doing gifts and not donations, because with a gift, you're helping the community, right? Because the people that got gifted, if you got gifted, probably the mods put a link in the chat, but fill in the form and put in silver. Yeah, exactly. Maybe a band-aid. Oh, I can't move up further. Oh, so I can't see. But hey, if you got gifted here, because I can see in YouTube Studio who got gifted, but I can't apparently scroll up higher now. I don't know why. But make sure if you got gifted, fill in the form here. Just select silver, because all the gifts are bronze memberships, but I will bump you up to silver. And silver are like short-term updates and brainstorms and things that I see on the chart in between the content. Yeah, if you got gifted, make sure to fill in this form, this link here, right? To all the new members. Thank you, maybe a band-aid. So looking down here. Cool. If you had a question that was asked somewhere above in the chat, make sure to ask it again so that we can stay up to date with the stuff here, right? 5-minute CVD. I preferably like I very much like the 50-minute. That's my favorite. But yeah, 5 minutes. Hello, chart loading. I'm also live, so of course I do ask a lot for my internet, everything together. But so we had a little bit of bullish CVDs here, but these already played out because we took the high now. Higher low, lower low on both. Yeah, we have a bearish CVD with the high visible on yellow. We do have to pay attention. It is a second CVD. Now, what does that mean? Your first bearish CVD was here with this green candle, right? Lower high on yellow, higher high. That one played out. This is a second CVD, right? Still okay probabilities, but the more CVD divergences you have with the pivot, the lower the probabilities of it playing out. Basically, what we preferably see in a bearish scenario would be to not move above this green candle and here 61.2K, so that you now have a local bearish CVD here. But let me zoom out first. Let's go to the 1 hour instead of zooming in so much. I also have quite a lot of tabs open, so I can imagine. It's not easy for. I'm testing my my Predator Triton here. So of course we still have bullish divergences on a 1 hour, arguably 50-minute time frame. But yeah, I very much prefer keeping an eye on what is happening locally. So yeah, 3-min, 5-min, 50-minute time frame, that would be what I would keep an eye on. And at the moment, you do have some bearish CVDs. The bullish played out. Can wave 3 be a diagonal? No, wave 3 can't be a diagonal. Cycle degree for Bitcoin. There are so many counts online for the cycle degree. You have people, of course, with a triple 1-2. You have people with a 5-wave finish count. You have people where we're in some extended 5-wave structure. There is many different counts on the cycle, right? I've seen them, and of course I also have my counts, but it's just the problem on a cycle, right? So the problem on a cycle time frame or the monthly is the diversity of counts, right? So basically what's happening online is no one has a fuck idea about what's going on. No one, right? It's much better to count the weekly, daily, 1 hour, 15-minute time frame locally. And if the probabilities change on the daily, weekly to bearish, pay attention. But I have seen so many different counts in this structure. No one has a clue about what this is. It's all, of course you can put Elliott waves into play. I can count this as well, right? I can count this in detail. I can get to scenarios. I have scenarios, right? I can count a multi 1-2 here, right? 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and eventually still look for a 3. Another 1-2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your wave 1 between 105k, 180k, move down towards about 60k, continue up, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and we just continue up, 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 up. No, that is one count that I have in my mind. Another one is, of course, you simply finish the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wave 5 is shorter than wave 3. Wave 3 is not the shortest wave, right, in an impulse. Wave 2 didn't go below wave 1. There is no invalidation, no overlap between a wave 1 and a wave 4. So your most bearish count is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is finished, and you look for a flat. But that is exactly what I show in the weekly bearish scenario, right, where this is a major 5 and you look for a big move down to lower prices, right, a much bigger corrective structure. Mind you, you don't necessarily need much lower prices. You can have over here, of course, a WXY, right? Just a sideways ranging structure as well. And that WXY, sideways, WXY, can only be a wave A to then move up for B and then a wave C. And you know where we're going to? You know what I mean? And then, of course, you also have, of course, counts where people are like, okay, wait a minute. And they have people that do this, right? They count 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then they're like, okay. But then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we look for 5. Okay. And after this 5 here, then we get the big retracement. Okay. Right? You see how many possibilities there are? But then still, even if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on the weekly, we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rejection, and we look for a move down. Right? We have that scenario on the weekly. We just don't need to cover it on the monthly because there's so much diversity. And then you also have people, of course, that count 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. And you know what I'm getting to here? Like, it doesn't make sense, guys. Like, the monthly time frame, you can put a lot of effort in counting this, but it's much better to focus on this piece of the chart and leave out the rest. Doesn't make any sense anymore, right? Yes, I have my ideas. I do have a macro playlist and cycle playlist on my YouTube channel, but as you probably have seen, I haven't uploaded any monthly Elliott wave analysis in pretty much the past few months, I guess. Just because I prefer to look here. This is where it happens. This is where everything gets decided. Right? All of this, sure. It's not really relevant for what price is doing. It's quite simply, as long as we get higher probability corrective ranges, the probabilities are higher to just move up. If you get a new corrective range, up, new corrective range, up, right? And the moment you get an impulse down and a 3-wave correction, you look for down again to take the low, and that might be the beginning of a bigger fall. But then we just observe, okay, if we move down, we observe the next range. If this is corrective, we go down, corrective, down, corrective, down. That is, of course, much more relevant based on more local price action than trying to count a monthly chart. So I am familiar with all of the different scenarios that appear on a monthly chart. I can count all of them. I can measure all of them. Talking about measurements on a monthly time frame, the measurements are different compared to counting on a 1 hour or a 15-minute or a daily time frame, right? There's some different things you have to keep in mind. So Yeah. Was it me that got gifted? No, because your name is not green. I am crypto. What's up? Yeah, but it's again, it's. I don't really care about the beginning. I care about local price action, and I also have counts from the beginning. And probably I just now included one of his counts. I probably summarized all of crypto YouTube on the monthly chart in the past 5 minutes. So, but it's all irrelevant. I prefer looking at the weekly and the daily, which is much more important, gives much more information than a weekly time frame. Answer this one. That question is no here. What does it mean when the red? Oh, good question, because I didn't explain it. The letter R means it's rendering. So when you move your mouse in the CVD template, right, all the CVDs that are visible remain visible, right? But the moment you stop using your mouse, it will check for new ones. Now, of course, when you use the template, you stop your mouse for 1 second very often, so it continuously renders. But this is why you don't get freezes anymore. It's not doing everything at the same time. It waits for you to just stop moving for a second, and then it immediately renders everything. It's very good. Now there's another update that I got today, which instead of having the template open, right? Instead of having the template open on your screen for it to render new information, that's the R. I now have a template which is rendering in the background. So it automatically adds all, so while I'm here, it automatically adds all of the CVD divergences in the background now. Just, no, it's perfect. On the CVD chart, as there's two CVDs, very often there's both, it's just. So I'll give you a couple of tips. First of all, both of the CVDs are as important, okay? So both of the CVDs are equal in importance. The moment you get a counter CVD, like two CVDs are against one another, there's a couple of things you have to know. Plus, it's good to know your Elliott wave count. Are you at support or resistance, right? What's the context? But a few tips that I can give, right? First of all, bullish CVD divergences after a bearish SFP and vice versa cannot be trusted. So in other words, we swing the high over here. Yes, we have bullish CVDs, but as I said, you want to see it here because the bullish CVDs here cannot be trusted. Okay. Bullish CVD divergences after a very high volume drop have a lower probability of playing out. What you first want to see is price having solid structure up, and then the bullish CVDs here can easily be traded. But bullish CVDs with a high volume drop or a high volume high have a lower probability of playing out because often you range and then continue down and it's leading CVD, right? One of the best CVDs you can get is price just grinding, market structure up, and continuous bullish CVDs. We had that here very locally on a 15-minute time frame. We had it here as well on a 1 hour time frame, right? Those are some of the best that you can get. So yeah, a couple of tips. Let's fly to the downside. Which side do you use for this chart? AGGR. 1 second here. Let me show you. Good to know. Come on, down. So if you go to the Good to Know channel, then first of all, you see the website here, charts.aggr.trade, the one pager about CVD, the theory behind it, what's tradable, what's not tradable, and a video on my channel, the most viewed video on my channel here about CVD. And then the template, right, can be downloaded here. This is the old one without the lines, and the new one with the lines is here, right? So and all is completely free. I do know some people actually like to pay for it, which is fine. But I actually have it on my agenda to think about that again today, on how to approach that. But I try to offer as much free as I can to all of you guys. Tristan, okay, a leading diagonal or a B up? Yeah, so for me, as mentioned in my nitty-gritty analysis earlier, the probabilities are highest that what is happening over here is corrective. I went into a lot of detail, but I said at the end, probabilities, of course, are higher to sooner or later take out the high, but probabilities are higher to continue ranging. And how I prefer counting this is a WXY, flat, double zigzag, zigzag. And then for wave Y, because W is a flat, wave Y can be a flat, which we have at the moment. And potentially after this flat, it's finished, right? And you continue, or you get a bigger flat. Or a triangle, but a triangle for Y is not really common, so preferably a flat to continue the range. And the minimum target would be 58.4. So I went over this piece of price section here in a lot of detail in the live stream, but it's incredibly difficult to count a move off the low impulsive, right? You would need to work with either multiple 1-2s or some sort of a diagonal where this is ABC, correction, ABC, correction, ABC. But then if this is a flattened B in your first ABC, your wave B in the flat is extremely high, past the 1.618. It's not great probabilities. So that lowers probabilities automatically for the whole diagonal. And if you want to finish a corrective structure here and count an impulse up, well, first of all, ending a corrective structure here is difficult. You would need a WXY, right? W is a zigzag, X combination, Y zigzag, not allowed. Or wave Y becomes a double zigzag, also not allowed. And even then, if you want to count this impulse up, you look for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with an ending diagonal in a 5, and you still look for a retracement. So still look for a continuation of the range. Yeah. Hi there, Roberto. Hi. What do you think about CVD indicator on TradingView? There's no CVD indicator on TradingView that is good enough for me. AGGR so far is much better. It's a lot more accurate, and that is why. So if I could use a CVD indicator on TradingView, I would, of course, because it's everything in one screen. The problem is the CVD indicators are not up to the standard of AGGR, which is a lot more accurate, and that is because of how the data is collected and what TradingView gives to people versus what AGGR gives to people. And what you can extrapolate. So yeah, AGGR is a lot more accurate, a lot better. Price goes up. At the moment, of course, it goes down. Wait, are there problems analyzed at the moment due to the low volume? No, there's no problem analyzing the chart. So I don't really enjoy analyzing. Like this morning, I mentioned in the silver update section that because I got a question this morning, I forgot who it was, but someone said, "Yo, Koen, can you have a look at the 3-minute?" Wait, let me get this. I'll get it for you. So someone asked me in Discord, "Can you check the 3-minute chart?" Which I did. Anyway, I'll just. And then eventually afterwards, I put it in silver. But let me have a look. Oh, here it is. So I said here at like 9:30, just got behind my PC. And due to a question, I had to look at the 3-minute time frame. I generally don't go that low, as many people know. But for what it's worth, the first structure down looks 3-wavy. We are retesting the box and have bullish CVDs, arguably potential to still take the high. This is that 3-wavy structure, right? It's difficult to count this as an impulse down, a 5-waver. That's why, and we had support into, or resistance into some support, some bullish CVDs. So probability is higher to take the high. Now, of course, we took the high, right? So there's the potential for a local flat structure here now, right? Which is interesting, where you have your, this is the move down that we talk about, right? So you have your 3 wave down, you have your whatever corrective up, and you get a wave C down. Alternatively, of course, we are looking for your wave Y, no? So all that nitty gritty stuff that we did earlier in the live stream, where I explained this in a lot of detail, it's very technical. But it's nice to see like the probabilities of the nitty gritty stuff playing out with a solid move down to continue the range. Now, wave Y, or at least continue the range, I mentioned, hey, trend-wise, probabilities are higher to still take out 63K. It's just that it's very difficult to start an impulse here. All right. So, and to end the correction at one of the lows. So preferably you continue ranging and then end the correction later, and then you move up. SPX is interesting. We can do that during an altcoin stream. Altcoin, of course, SPX and stocks and stuff can also be voted for, but not at the moment. But we can do that during an altcoin stream where we can cover SPX and stocks and stuff as well. Most of them reach almost nothing. So the high probably, in my opinion, is wave 2 on cycle degree is done. Wave 2 on the cycle degree is done. Most of them reach almost nothing. So the high probability, wave 2 on the cycle. But if wave 2 is done, you expect a big wave 3, right, on the cycle. Dara. Yeah, I think your question is very interesting about the monthly. It is an incredibly interesting chart. It's just that I guess I would prefer going to the altcoin charts or total charts individually. Look at the weekly and the daily, which I always do in the altcoin streams, right? In the altcoin streams, I always go to the weekly and the daily time frames. I don't want to go too low, but I also don't want to go to the monthly. I prefer the weekly. Palutena, that one would need to have a full count. Yeah, you don't need a count on every time frame. Hey, if you're good in Elliott waves and you are trading the 1 hour time frame, you don't need a daily, you don't need a weekly count. You don't need that stuff, right? You can also only count the 15-minute time frame. Now, what is good about counting multiple time frames is that if you do trade on a 1 hour, if you have an idea of the 4 hour, the daily, weekly time frame counts, you can extend the position in a lot more profit, because you know that, hey, if on the daily we're bullish and on the 1 hour we are now in a reversal area to move potentially back up, right, to the upside. Now, if the 1 hour is very bullish and on the daily you're also bullish and you're looking at that reversal up, you might extend your 1 hour arguably day trade into a much bigger swing trade. And that is the benefit of doing multi-time frame analysis with Elliott waves, is you can extend lower time frame trades into much bigger swing trades. Any input on global liquidity? Gotta say that the move to the upside since 15K has been relatively low liquidity or volume, arguably, but I am definitely not an expert on that sort of stuff. With regards to liquidity, I keep an eye on liquidity from an Elliott wave point of view, because volume is important. So I look at the volume from an Elliott wave point of view, right? If you have an impulse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you want to see the highest volume in a wave 3, right? It is quite common for A, B, C to have C finishing on a high amount of volume as well. But I prefer looking at the volume bars with regards to liquidity, and I do keep an eye on swing failure patterns and liquidity from a Elliott wave point of view, but I don't use heat maps and those type of things, right? Jouke, did you fill in the form, Jouke? Because I actually think I already got you sorted, but I don't individually write people or email people like, hey, so oh, there you go. No, so you literally just registered. I'll get you sorted after the stream, or if Jeroen is maybe here, he can do it. But No, no, I'll get you sorted, Jouke. All good. We are shorting this, right? All I can say is, and the setups channel will know as well. It's the first link in the description to go to the trades channel, and then you know how to get into the setups. But we were looking for price to move down. We're just waiting for weakness. So far, so good. Yeah, sure, T. Clepson. Just send me a DM or anywhere else. How are your blue light glasses? Are they helping? Oh, wait. So here is me as a nerd. No. By the way, I am a happy nerd. I'm a gamer. I love anime in like Dragon Ball. I really love Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super, you name it. I know everything. But yeah, you know, they nice, but the problem I have, like, so these glasses, by the way, I found them after years of them being wherever, and I like them. Not that I really notice a difference, to be honest, but what I do not really enjoy is that they don't have like a soft like cushion or something, you know. So they do press in the skin of my nose, and also I get, oh, you can already see it, I think. You see, it's already a little red, so I got to move them a little bit more forward. But I mean, it's nice, but I got these for free at an event back in the day, like it's years ago, at a gaming event. I used to be a professional gamer, and then, you know, I got these things. If I would buy one myself, I would buy one with some cushion. So I don't know yet if, like, I first want to try this and see, you know, I don't really notice anything at the moment, but yeah, you know, if I would use one consistently, I'd get one with more cushioning. Can wave 2 be a WXY? Yes. Can you fit a W3 wave triangle Y3 to end your Y of X? Can you fit a W3 wave, right? Yes. So you have a W X Y to end your Y. No, because a WXY cannot be part of Y. You can't have an internal WXY inside Y, if you know what I mean. So you can't have a so if you look at it, for example, right? So this wave Y here, right, cannot be internally a WXY. It can only be a zigzag, flat, or a triangle. So it's the same, of course here locally, where in this case you can't have a WXY in Y. You also can't have a WXY in wave W. If you can find 1% or 2% move, it's good. Yeah, exactly. Just got to have a plan. Hey, Kun. Oh, damn, I'm falling behind now. Are you able to look at some tier? I'll make sure to check it out later, T. Clepson. There's too much going on here. Why is it dumping? Because of Elliott wave probabilities, sir. Oh. No, I mean, it's just a move to the downside, but are we surprised? Not really. No, not surprised. Yeah. Why are we dumping? Sellers, over leveraged, buyers getting liquidated, people getting stopped out, bigger positions selling, looking for lower. But yeah, so the nitty gritty stuff. Yeah, it's interesting, no? So yeah, very nice. I can now remove this as well because we have traded through it. So Hi from Brazil. Welcome, Yarbas from Brazil. Hi from the south of France. Would you know what would be the bottom from this current drop? This current drop, well, so if we look for the WXY here, right, then your target would be 58.4 to 55.3. There's two main areas of support to the downside, right? The blue box here, which still includes a daily naked point of control at 57.1. And then you have the blue box below, 54.6 to 55.2. In both cases, those would be areas of interest as potential lows. You are now at a small order block, right? So you add a little bit of support. I guess this is the point of control. Let's have a look. No, point of control is higher. This is the value area low. Is it the point of control of this range then? No, that's a little bit lower. So you have some more support at 59.3, right? Yeah, I don't really have any levels where price is now. So when I open all of my folders here, check, right? You can see it's very empty here. Daily naked point of control above and below. So yeah, in that case, preferably, looking for that move to 57 and look, if you look at the current drop, now a tip that I always give is, as price moves down on increasing volume, wait for a range to form. Just wait for sideways price action. You don't have to catch the low or FOMO in or that sort of stuff. Just wait for a range, which will give you all the information that you need, right? Price moves up, wait for a range. All right, I just mentioned probabilities were higher for a three-wave structure down on a 3-minute, increasing probabilities to look for higher. We had some bullish CVDs at support. No reason yet to think you move down. Now we got weakness, right? We got increasing volume on the lower time frame. We had some small little bearish CVDs on the 3, and we get a move down. And now we just wait for a range again. And once the range is forming, we can analyze the chart, right? Here, quick move down. We start ranging. Interesting, right? That's stuff you can really analyze. As long as price is moving down on increasing volume, we look for lower. So quite simply, we just wait for a range. And depending on when the range is forming, we can then analyze this structure in more detail. Is this an ABC in a wave A? You get a bigger flag for B, hit the daily naked point of control, move down in C, still a possibility, right? But if this move down goes too far, then by itself, it is going to be a wave Y in a WXY, right? So you just wait for a range, but definitely interesting to see the supports below, just to answer the question. I'm already in there. Oh, I'll have to check it later. Like a rule, when the market drops, that the probabilities for wave C decreases. Well, this is data, guys, right? So let me show you. Let me talk to you about the data, and let me talk to you about practical implementation of the data. Okay, so based on the data, most commonly in an ABC, your wave A is the sharpest move and your wave C is a lazy move. Data. Compared to an impulse where you have a lazy 1 arguably, then a 2, and you get an impulsive 3, right? However, as we know in practice, in my opinion, it's much easier to just observe this move as either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or an ABC. Of course, depending on what this structure is part of, I'm just only putting this on my chart, but we don't know what this is part of, right, at the moment here. But just to zoom in, if you have a 3-wave structure I always label it 1, 2, 3 or ABC, just unrelated to what happened before. And the difference is your wave 4. So in an impulsive structure, your invalidation for your wave 4 is the 618. Right? And depending on the extension of 3, your 618 can be here or here, doesn't matter. But your 618 is your invalidation for a wave 4. Especially if this second leg up is longer than your first leg up, and you hit the 618, probabilities increase to label ABC, look for the lows. If your second leg is shorter, there's the potential for a double 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and move up. Right? Your second leg can be longer in a double 1-2 as well. It's just in general, if you hit the 618, the probabilities do increase for an ABC. In a wave 4 and a 5, you want to see this. Wave 4 not touch the 618. Right? Now, wave 3 preferably has the highest amount of volume, but it is actually quite common for a wave C to also have the highest amount of volume and end on a high amount of volume. Right? So it's your wave 4 that pretty much decides if this is a C or a 3, because you know the invalidation. And then, of course, once you start to get a range, right, so you have your ABC, once you form, ABC, once you then get a retracement down, based on the retracement, we can analyze, are we looking for 4 or is this ABC and we move down, right? We can just analyze the retracement together with the CVDs. Like Elliott waves, exactly, Shem, exactly. Also be able to only wear them in the evening because you still want blue light in the morning and midday. I agree. Yes, correct, Yoshi. So in the evening they're nice as well, but it's just a bit of the cushioning. Yes, sir. What would be the bullish count for that flat with the dump we are having now? Which are the targets in case if we move up? I mean, so this move down by itself, of course, can be a flat. Let me quickly have a look. Or can be a flat in wave Y, so can be wave Y. That's what I mean to say. Toggle on the 382. So preferably, if you are looking for your wave, wait, I need to be a bit more accurate. 1 second here. This is not correct. It is correct. Okay, so preferably you finish your wave Y after, well, midnight. So 2 a.m. tomorrow, Central European time, the 382. Because preferably your relationship between a W and a Y is at least a 382 if you look for a wave Y. Not to forget, a flat here can only be your first structure of a bigger flat, right? Just so you know. Now, with regards to the targets, if you look at the target, the common target for a wave C in a flat, you take 1.618. One is a trend-based fib from the start to the end of A to the end of B, and you toggle on the 1.618. The second is a Fibonacci from the, in this case, low of A, the end of A, to the end of B, and you toggle on the 1.618 as well. The area in between the 1.618s is your most common target for a wave C. The 2.618 is an extension target. Now, mind you, a wave C in a flat has the potential to extend quite far, but then again, it's all probabilities. Most commonly between the 1.618, 2.618, anything further is generally not really a wave C of a flat anymore. So, yeah. Now, with regards to targets after your wave Y, so in general, as explained, the probabilities remain higher to at some point take 63K. And based on the structure up, right, we would be looking for at least 65 to 68K in a corrective structure, preferably, right? If we look for a WXY double zigzag, for example. So this is an important area on the chart. If you do take out 70K, you pretty much invalidate the bearish, right? A, B, C to the downside to take out the low, which is important. So then, you know, that is when probabilities really increase for, hey, you know, we got a low in. setups channel, first link in the description, then just follow the steps there. So you enter the trades channel, and then you can get to the setups channel. Can we use Elliott waves to analyze VIX? You can analyze any chart, except like be aware that if you count percentage charts or currency charts, it's more difficult. Because if you, for example, Bitcoin dominance, right? Yeah, you can count Bitcoin dominance, but it's not. You have to count it differently. It's not according to really the rules, because it's a percentage chart. So on Bitcoin dominance, you can have a 5-wave move up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but you can never exceed 100%. You can't then go down to 50% and then move to 200%. You know what I mean? So on the Bitcoin dominance, what you're going to be looking for, percentage chart, is at the low, you look for a 5-wave impulse up and then a 3-wave down, right? And this just continues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and just you just go sideways. That is what you have to look for on, for example, a Bitcoin dominance chart. Yo, maybe a Band-Aid. Welcome back. Welcome back. Ruffle. But how you use TradingView? Do you pay for professional account? I have the I have the cheapest one. What's that? Essential. Because the only reason I have a paid account on TradingView, which is the cheapest one, Essential, is so that I can set more alarms. Because in the free version, your alarms are like you only have like 3 alarms or something. Yeah, it's too little. I don't use any indicators except CVD, which is on another platform. So I don't have to do it for indicators. I never combine charts and all of that stuff. I don't need all of that. I only need more alarms. So that's why I have Essential. So that would be question 1. And question 2 is, did you ever learn tools and ways of using TradingView? Just by experience. So look, everything you need to know is out there, right? It's on YouTube, it's on blogs, it's on Baby Pips, it's on Investopedia, it is on wherever, right? It's all the information is there. Now, generally what I say and recommend is build a plan, right? You need a strategy. Going for signals is not a great idea, right? Trading based on emotion is also not a great idea. So you need a plan or a strategy. Now there's 6 steps, right? Step 1 is try as many free tools as you can. This is, and by the way, this is literally how I approached trading back in the day. And that's why I recommend it to everyone, because I followed these steps. So step 1 is try as many free tools as you can, right? TradingView is free. You don't have to pay to use these tools. Check some of the indicators. Find some of the favorite tools. Take some time to get experience. How do I use a channel, right? Fib speed. Feel free to be part of the community. It's free, right? We don't have a paywall for a Discord group. And if you have absolutely no clue about what the speed fan is, just write in chat, yo, can someone explain to me how to use the speed fan? If I see the message, I'll happily reply, and probably anyone else happily replies. Same with any of the other tools, right? So build some experience. And step 2 is find your favorite tools, right? So based on your experience, find your favorites, at least 2, 3, maybe 4 max, and then build statistics on them. And this is what we do in Diamond, right? That's what the membership is for, is helping people building plans and strategies. And build statistics, Excel sheets, and all pre-made and stuff. Build the statistics. Then step 3 is combine some of these favorite tools and build more statistics, but now on the combination. Step 4 is tweak and adjust, add a tool to the combo, remove a tool, build more data, see if you can improve your risk reward, win rate, that sort of stuff. Then step 5 is start trading your strategy with a low amount of money, right? Low portfolio size, and work on your trading psychology, which is link in the description, The Mental Game of Trading, the book. Just scroll down a bit. And then step 6 is increase your portfolio size slowly so you get used to bigger losses. Of course, getting used to bigger wins is easy. So yeah, I learned the tools. I just invested time and then Google and effort, and yeah, that's how you get it. The latest trends. Your recent video title completely changed my bias, and I thought we were heading up. I know it's my fault, and I should have stuck to my bears, but just really got it. Wish I didn't see your video now. Yeah, that's a possibility. You always need your own plan and your own strategy, of course. But as a side note, right, as explained in the video, which you should have known if you watched the video, is the probabilities are higher to take out this high at some point, even when we look for three-wave structures like this or flats like this. The purpose or the reason I didn't go in detail, which I did in the live stream now, about this structure here is because it's too much theory. I made a 20-minute video talking about this structure this morning. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to upload this. It's too much theory, too much detail. So I did a summary. Probabilities higher, remain higher to take out this high. Right? Has nothing to do with your bias or my bias. My bias is also up. But as mentioned in the video, I don't care about a three-wave structure and a three-wave structure. Probabilities are higher to take out the high. Now, what I didn't tell you, which is what we did in the live stream, is how do I count this structure? And the reason I didn't do that in the video this morning, right, is because it is too detailed to put it into a video. Most people, I mean, I prefer to do it live, right, because of the audience. So this structure to the upside here counts best as a corrective structure based on the nitty-gritty stuff that I covered in this video for about 20 minutes earlier, which increased the probabilities to look for a three-wave structure, right, and continue this range sideways. WXY, flat, ABC. Mind you, wave Y can still become a bigger flat as well. So all in all, the probabilities haven't changed, right? The probabilities are the same. The probabilities are still higher to take out this high. So nothing is wrong there. It's just that in that video, I didn't go in detail about the three-wave count we have over here. Only at the end, I mentioned the probabilities are high to take out the high. Also, if we look for corrective structures, because I want in this live stream to explain what we look for here. Because the video this morning, I think I actually still, wait, I might actually still have it. Is this my channel here? Oh, that is, wait, is it? Yes, this is my, okay. Maybe I still have it on. Let me check. Do I still have it? Ah, no, it's hidden. I have it hidden, unlisted on my, in the background. So I made a 20-minute video talking about this structure. And at the end, I uploaded it to YouTube. I was like, yeah, it's too detailed. It's too difficult. It's too detailed. Less is more. Let me just make a summary. What people do with the summary is on them, of course. So you need your own plan, your own strat. And yeah, I think the video was very clear. Cheers, all exam. Cheers, Yarbas. Wednesday, big moves. What is the endpoint compared to a normal point of control? Naked point of control, or a normal point of control? Yeah. So an endpoint is a naked point of control, which, if I turn them on, for example, on the 8th of August, the point of control of that day sits at 57.1. And because price the following day, right, at least when I woke up, didn't touch this point of control and moved up, it becomes a naked, daily naked point of control, right? So the point of control of that day has not yet been touched. That's why it's here. Same over here as well, but this day is like Friday the 2nd of August or something like that. Now, a normal point of control is when you, for example, have a range like we have over here, and I take a volume profile from this order block here to the end of the range, and this, in this particular area, the point of control is at 60.6, right? So in both cases, it's pretty much the same, right? You have the point of control of a day, which is not yet touched. That's why it's called naked. Same with a weekly naked point of control, monthly naked point of control. And then you have volume profile point of controls, right? These easily are usually traded through, and it's just the highest volume level in a particular amount of time, like a particular range. But on the move down, DCA isn't a good strategy. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. DCA can, of course, be a good strategy if you have a plan. So even when DCAing, it's important to know, okay, if price is below this level, I DCA. If it's above this level, I don't DCA anymore. If it hits this level, I might take profit. If I see this, I exit my whole position for a loss. If I hit this target, I take full profit. Like there's even DCA has so many personalized elements to it. So DCA by itself can be a very good strategy, but are you talking DCA or are you just talking day trading with multiple entries? Because DCA generally is used for long-time investing, like long-term investing, and not for like day trading or scalping. I'll check it late, D. Clepson. You use log or linear scale for charting. On the lower time frames, linear. On the weekly and higher, log. Daily, mix of both. Depends. The moment price has pumped hundreds of percent, weekly or log is recommended. The corrections are the most difficult, Arsom. That's correct. How to learn fast? I mean, you can, of course, Elliott waves remains complex, but learn as fast as you can. Check the 4 links in the description. There's a free website there. There is so go to the home channel. First of all, here, everything you need to know about Elliott waves, the whole playlist, right? So you can check this out, right? That's probably number 1. Number 2 is go to this website, which is in the description. If you scroll down to Elliott Wave Education, which is completely free, not affiliated with this website. I just think it's a really good one. This is the one I mainly used in my education. And it talks a lot about the rules and the guidelines and the targets. It has nice pictures as well, a couple of examples, and just go through this. Only do these 2 things and you'll be very good. But then, of course, you need to implement, and that's most difficult, because as nice as a leading diagonal is looking in this picture, you rarely ever see a perfect or contracting diagonal. Leading, it can be leading. You rarely ever, of course, see a perfect textbook diagonal or impulse, or, you know. So that is where the skill really comes in, and that's just practice. Have higher meaning than we think. You can explain many things with them. That's correct. Yeah, Fibonacci is great. Also, just in general, right, life-wise. If we go deep, does that leave us in a leading diagonal if we take out highs? I'm not sure what you mean. So if we would go to below 38, a leading diagonal, if we take, if you then take the all-time high again, it's too early. So if you would move down to the 30s and then you go back up and take out 70K, it is much better to count it as a WXY correction on the weekly and look for an impulse than another 3-wave up. It's too early to count diagonals. You want to wait for wave 4 to be in. So you would need to go down to 30, up to, let's say, 90 or 100K, down again to like 60, right? And then go up again to 120 or something. And then that's your diagonal, right? It's too early. What's up, mate? How you doing, man? Since you have professional trading view, I guess, can you show us the Elliott of, I want to know its analysis. Any Elliott wave indicator on trading view is shit. If you study Elliott waves for 1 week, you're going to be better than any indicator on this platform. They're so bad, guys. Don't try to learn Elliott waves with these type of things. It doesn't make any sense. just put some time in it. There's no shortcut to learning Elliott waves. Oh, here, I don't even have the correct one. I would need premium. I have essential as mentioned. But still, even if you go to any of these, they're all shit, right? A very, very big respect to the creators and people trying to code Elliott waves, but it's useless, right? It doesn't really do anything. So here they don't count this part. This is not counted. Like yeah, it's just not here. What's this? Right? What's this? Yeah, it's not good. And also, if you go to the lower time frames, just invest a little bit of time, and you're gonna easily outperform any of these structures. So what is this? What do we have here? Yeah, it's not counted. Like what's happening here? It doesn't know. It has no idea what's happening here, right? There's nothing on the chart. So it's also lagging, right? What's this? How do we count this, right? How do we count this? It doesn't know. So it's much better to learn Elliott waves yourself. Invest a week of your time, and you will be better than any indicator you can download on TradingView. Yeah, for real. Been there. Oh, I gotta be quicker. That indeed, Bogdan, that's true. Yeah, corrective structures. It doesn't really recognize complex structures as well. What are Bart inverse Bart called structures considered from an Elliott wave perspective? I guess we can count this as a Bart, which is a flat. In this case, of course. So it's the face of Bart, right? Like then you have the hair, and then you have the right, and then you have like you have the Bart. In this example, it's a flat structure. I mean, this half is your flat. This would be your zigzag, right? But you can. There's multiple. So if we go to the Bart structure, move up. Range, and then you move down. In this case, you can have wave 3, wave 4, wave 5, reject to the downside, wave A, right? You can have you can have a wave C, and then create another A, create another B, create another C. That's what we have then here in this case, right? So this is then your flat, and then you continue back up. What else can we make of a Bart pattern? You can have an A, you can have a shallow B, you can have a wave C to the upside, hitting the 0.618 and then move down, right? Change market structure. You can have a wave 1, right? And then you can have again A, B, C, but then not move below this low. Right, create a mini Bart pattern and then continue up in a wave 3. So I mean, there's many counts for the Bart. Is it true that wave 4 are usually the most manipulated waves and hardest to track? I would recommend to just focus on creating your own plan and avoid the terminology that includes manipulation. Of course, you have distribution and accumulation. Accumulation would appear in wave 1 and 2. Distribution in wave 4 and 5. But manipulation is not going to help you in any shape, way, or form. The latest trade, you need to be really use your mind before trading. Don't just change because if you are, he not say 100. No, absolutely not. Actually, in this live stream, probabilities were higher to move down. But the video this morning was a summary, and the probabilities haven't changed of this morning. On the CFD, an R pops up. Yeah, I probably have to write about it. So the reason the R pops up is because it's rendering. So the moment you stop, so that's the update, right? So the cursors were freezing, remember? So what now happens is when you are moving, like I'm streaming and have many tabs open, so it's not too fast as you can see, but that's not a template problem, that's my problem. But when I am moving my cursor and I'm doing stuff, right? New very local CVD divergence on a 1 or 3 minute time frame won't be rendered. The moment I stop, I get an R. In less than a second, it immediately renders all the new stuff, and when there's a divergence, it posts it. So in other words, so without the freezes, it continues to automatically render, that's the R, it automatically renders new information immediately the moment you stop your cursor, which of course you do all the time when you analyze the chart. Only like when you stop your cursor for a second, right, you already get new information. So it immediately immediately tracks new information. I now have an update of the update, which means that now it's rendering in the background, so I don't have to be on the chart for it to render as well. So we're testing this now, but it's always rendering and new lines. Yeah. Do you also use TPO? I use the NPOC, yes. I don't use a time point of control, but I do use the naked point of control of the day. Right. So in a way, I guess the answer would be yes, but not the time point of control, only the volume point of control. Can you please make a video about your settings on the AGGR website? They are exactly the same as the template that you can download for free in Discord. So everything here is the same. My template can be downloaded. It's absolutely public. It's out there. And the settings that I have are the settings of the template that I share. So I haven't changed anything. So I guess it's best to just use this. And if you do want to change things in the template, right, then go to the koenztrading channel and just read this here, but like this. But I don't change anything here. I just I use what I have now. I'm also not too knowledgeable about all of those details. Mr. Friends is, but you know, I think it's best to just download the template, and if you want to know more, go to the koenztrading channel. Where to get your naked point of control? You can use different things. You can use volume profile. You can use an indicator. The only reason I have it in indicators is for these questions. Market sessions and volume profile by Leviathan. It's quite accurate. I personally use AGGR, or ATAS. So good to know channel. Scroll down, this post, right? Now you can download ATAS by going to this website. Then you click on this message here, you go down, you download the templates, you upload them, and voila. Also, again, it's completely public. You can just download it. That's exactly what I use. Pleasure, Arsom. Should I stop my ETH now? I'm in on long. Depends on your plan and your strategy, I'm afraid. Thought, this is important. You thought it will go up, or did you have a strategy and a plan? And based on data, you expected it to go up, right? So this is a big difference, guys. You got to trade with a plan, not what you think or feel or emotions or FOMO or YOLO or catching knives. Now, being in a position that you're in is never fun. But before you enter a position, you need to know what your invalidation is and what your target is. So when you enter a position, you have an ETH long at the moment. So imagine you are long, right? The moment you calculate your position, you put this on your chart, you check your stop loss. Where am I wrong? Where is my idea wrong? You put the stop loss in the books, especially if you're new. Don't trade without a stop, right? Just put it in the books. Just put your stop loss in, enter your position, have a target, and don't touch it. And unless you have a plan to adjust the trade when you are live, right? So you need to have a plan or a strategy. But before you start trading, you need to develop a plan strat based on data. Of course, you can use Elliott waves, but if you develop your own stuff and your own tools, you want to use data, because data will calm your emotions down as well. So if you know that, hey, based on 100 setups, my win rate is X, my R2R, my best, most profitable R2R is Y. You collected the data of these 100 setups. Now you know if this, and this aligns, and I enter a trade, my win rate over 100 trade is going to be this. My RR should be this if I don't touch it, right? But you need to collect this, and that takes a lot of time. Unfortunately, many people don't really want to do that. The get rich quick is usually more attractive, but generally trading is a get rich slow type of thing. So have a plan, know where you get out, and should I stop my ETH now pretty much shows us that you have no stop loss. But unfortunately also no one can help you. Like, should you get out? I don't know. I don't know what your size is. I don't know if all your savings are in there. I don't know if a very few, like if you're playing with $1 trades, probably not because of the reaction. Yeah, sometimes you get a, hit. Sometimes you get a hit, and hopefully you will learn from it for the rest of your life. Also, if you would exit now, no one knows if it goes back up. No one knows if it will continue down. There's no crystal ball. It's all probabilities. But you should have taken risk management into account. So the mistake was made before entering the trade, not during the trade. Which count do you prefer in the current trend down? A flat at the moment. The only Elliott stuff I use on are ABC and EFibs parallel channels. Yeah, so I use Elliott waves, time frame horizontals, volume, CVD channels for impulses. Yeah. Best investments are those in yourself. I agree. I don't see any R's, only it's the newest template, Bogdan. Oh, wait. I have to put it in the AGGR channel. So I was talking with Mr. Friends. I put it in the CVD channel, but of course I have to put it in the AGGR channel as well after the stream. This could be forming of a strange reversed head and shoulders on the 4 hour. Yeah, in some way. Head and shoulders is a reversal pattern. So in that case, of course, you would then create another shoulder here for a reversal. Which is the best indicator for 50-minute time frames? CVD. Which, in my opinion, I don't use anything else than CVD. And for CVD, go to Discord, move up, go to the Good to Know channel, download the one-pager, watch the video, which is on my channel if you look for CVD, and then download the template, right? It's the best, I swear. Once you get the hang of CVD, you'll never use something else. Are your scorch? Yeah, they're generally tricky, no? Render R. I see my perks in YouTube as gold, but I lost my eyes in the gold of Discord. Interesting. I'll Afshin, make sure to send me a DM. Can you send me a DM? I'll get you sorted. Do you believe in VWebs? I actually used the VWeb in the past, but it's just not one of the tools I like to use because the VWeb is not it's not one level. I like stuff that's horizontal. It's one level, right? Like a daily naked point of control, or a time frame horizontal, or like support resistance. And the VWeb is always moving. I don't enjoy those type, like an EMA and those type of things. I prefer the hard horizontal structures. It's just personal preference. But I did check and use the VWeb back in the day. Is there any video you have done on how to import the Atlas levels into TradingView? You don't import them, you manually add them. So you just create, you just use this, the horizontal ray, call it daily naked point of control, put the level. So just do this, and then of course, call it key. Put the coordinate in, whatever this is, of course. So in this 60, imagine you have a daily naked point of control here, text, and that's it. Yeah. So it's all manual. I do it manual. There's no way to do it automatic, as far as I know. Can you switch on for a second, please? I want to check if I did them right. The red one is not a daily naked point of control, by the way. The red one is a normal range point of control. The blue ones are the daily naked point of controls. Do you have a rule in moving stop loss to break even? Yes. With my data-driven strategy, I do. With Elliott waves, I don't. Just wondering if something else was out there. When you want to identify the C count, in which time frame do you go? I mean, in the 1 hour, there wasn't any retracement yet. Or is it possible that an impulse can be finished without identifying a 5-wave count? When you want to identify the C, you just want to go to the time frame where you can see the structures. So now I'm on a 1 hour time frame. I have no idea what's happening inside these candles. I would need to go to a 3-minute time frame or 5 minute, maybe even 1 minute, to see what's going on over here, right? So you need to zoom in till you see the structures. So of course, on a 1 hour, I can see the structure of this leg up, right? But if I go to a 4 hour time frame, I don't really see a lot of detail. If I go to a 12 hour, I don't see anything anymore, right? So I would need to go to the lower time frames to then observe the subwaves and see if a move could be finished, yes or no, which in a wave C, you want to count a finished 5-wave structure. In 1 min, 1 to 1 to 1 2 or a diagonal. Now, I never go to the 1 minute time frame, right? Elliott waves is best used on generally 15 minimum or higher. You can use it for scalping. I just never like to go to the 1 minute. So take this with a grain of salt. But this is, of course, not a 1 2 1 2 1 2 because you got below this latest 2 here. So you would need a 1 2 1 flat and 2. Right, so 1 2 3 4 5 zigzag, 1 flat, continuation up in a wave 3. That's your bullish scenario. I would prefer that over, I guess you talk about this being a diagonal. Yeah, maybe. That's the problem. It's the 1 minute, right? Like, yeah, you can have this as a 1 zigzag 2, 1 flat in 2, and then up in 3. What does CVD say? You can have 1 2 3 4 5 diagonal, 2 up. But this is the 1 minute. I do not recommend the 1 minute to anyone. But if that is your preferred time frame, yeah, trade your probabilities, I suppose. But on the 1 minute time frame, it's not something I like to do. It's too random. It goes too fast. Things are less respected. You know, you can use it when scalping with CVDs. So of course you can use CVD as well. But yeah, we have some bearish CVDs here. Little bit of bearish CVDs on blue as well. So you definitely want to see bullish CVDs move down, or the move down. Yeah, but yeah, in that case, you have your highest amount of volume in this structure down. So yes, there is the potential for a multi 1-2 here. Yeah, 1 2 and a 1 2 1 2, and then you get your 3, and then you look for 4 5 4 5 4 5. So the answer to that question would be yes. There is potential for that. But then again, it is the 1 minute time frame, so the answer is yes. But what I always prefer is just wait for a range on a 15 minute. I prefer, if these are multiple ones, you now want to see 4 5 4 5 4. But that means that on a 15 minute, you're gonna see a range form. And in my opinion, it's much better to wait for a range to form on a 15, for example, than doing the 4 5 4 5s on a 1 minute time frame. But you can use it. You can use it. John trades the 1 minute. Overset Tim trades the 1 minute. Pistachio is looking into lower time frame counting in the group. But yeah. How can you translate stop loss hunt in Elliott waves? In stop loss hunt, there is a sharp move down or up, then without any wave 2, it reverses back. So I never call it a stop loss hunt. It's just, of course, a wave. People that probably call it, oh, my stop loss got hunted. It's very likely it's just one of the losses in a strategy. So they have a strategy with a win rate of, I don't know, 50%, and it's just one of the 50 losses that they have. or it's people without a plan that say, oh, all the time my stop loss gets hunted, but they have no idea where to actually put their stop loss because they don't have a plan. They don't have data. They don't have statistics. So, of course, they constantly get wigged out, and no one cares about $100 or like a 1K or 10K position, even 100K. You know? But so you talk about a sharp move. And a sharp move, when it immediately reverses, is most commonly a wave C, and then you move up impulsively, or you go for a flat. So when you get a sharp move down, also the word stop loss hunt won't help you in any shape, way, or form with trading. But if you have a wave C and a zigzag, A, B, and a very sharp C, we can't go left, A, B, and a very sharp C, the moment you get a big bounce, right? First of all, V-shaped recoveries are extremely rare. You also always expect a range to form after. But it just increases probabilities. This is an ABC. You then get a 1, 2, 3 or an ABC to then have a flat. Or you have A, B, C, and then again you get 1, 2, and then eventually 3. John is here. So John always counts the lower time frames. But I find there some interest for 15, 4 hours and try to get clues when the... Oh, John, but your old strategy was if you take out the B wave on a 1 minute or 3 minute time frame, you enter. Did you change the... Maybe because of your job that you now trade higher time frames? I remember you like to CVD on... No, it's always been 15 and the 3. Those are the two I use the most. I never use it on the 1 minute. 15 is my favorite, and sometimes I go to 3. Yes, so the 15 and 3. Tommy, it would be to re-register because, of course, someone only supports the channel if they actually register with the link. But some people don't. They love their platform and whatnot, and they just want to pay, and that's okay. But I'll have to think about a way to do that. From an administrative point of view. Hey, is an entry now? This depends on your plan and your strategy. I'm not a financial advisor. So, yeah. Is your entry now at 58,300? 58,300 would be here. TP 65, stop loss 56.3, a logic trade. Maybe. That depends on your plan and your strategy. I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not in a position to recommend. The only thing I can say is of course, build a plan, build a strategy. And yeah, we have Elliott wave probabilities. And the probabilities remain higher on the 1 hour to sooner or later take out this high. But as explained in the live stream, before the drop here happened, right, you can go back, the probabilities were higher to continue this range and not escape to 68, but move closer to the 57. So it's nice to see this move. We have a bit of a flat here by the looks of it. I'm very curious to see what happens next because I still have in mind the potential of a bigger flat for a zigzag X and then a bigger flat structure in a Y before actually continuing, but we'll see. But yeah, with regards to new trades, have a plan. So my question to you would be, do you have experience with many tools in TradingView? Have you built statistics on your favorite tools? Have you combined some of your favorite tools together and built more statistics to see what the win rate and the risk to reward ratio is when you combine these tools, when they align at the same level? Have you checked where to put your stop loss based on your data and your statistics, as well as your take profit? What is your best risk to reward ratio? When do you put your stop loss break even, right? Have you started trading your data and your strategy with a low portfolio size, and have you practiced your trading psychology? And then now here you are at actually trading it with a bigger position. If you have not done any of what I've just explained, it's best to not trade at all. And the fact, of course, you asked the question in chat lets me know you don't have a plan or a strategy, because people that do don't have to ask in chat if a position is actually correct. Do you expect accumulation here? Currently, the answer would be yes in this structure, because the probabilities on the 1 hour are still higher to take out this high at some point. Now, locally, we had the probabilities high to continue the range, right? So yeah, we have support still below, but the probabilities on the 1 hour are higher to still take out this high at a later stage. So in that sense, I guess accumulation would mean looking up, which is the highest probability. Of course, doesn't mean that between 65 and 68 you're gonna have distribution. But yeah, probabilities would be on that side. So yeah. /wave B channel. Yo, B channel, how you doing? What's up, man? Nice to have you. Nice to have you. A, B, C. Maybe a zigzag. Faking a potential breakout. Hit the daily naked point of control at 63.1. Move down impulsively in a wave C. Everyone breakout trading gets absolutely wrecked. We have an impulsive move down in a wave C of a bigger flat. People selling their bags, expecting the lows to be hit. Accumulation, move up. Other sell orders, get wrecked. Psychology, big problem, and up we go. Oh, it's an interesting psychology scenario, no? So at least we got the probabilities correct of looking for the move down and continuing this range. But now that we have a flat here in time, it's still a little bit short for it to be a wave Y by itself, this. It's not impossible, but we just missed out on the 618. And time-wise, we didn't really reach the time yet. So if we stop dumping and we don't go deeper to at least preferably the 618, I'm definitely very interested in the opportunity of a bigger flat. From a psychology point of view, it would be hilarious. What's up, Koen? On the 1 hour time frame, welcome, Andre. Would you place an 886 fib from the 11 a.m. low to the latest high? This one, I guess. Because, of course, 11 a.m. we might be in different time frames. So it's not the same. But 886 from this low to this high, I guess, to the latest high of the previous. Not really. And the reason that is the case is because of this. Low of W, minimum target of your Y. So, of course, if you take this low to the high, your minimum target for Y is pretty much equal to the low. But the thing is that you only want to use an 886 when you start looking for an impulse. So now if you have a Y, wave Y can end on top of an 886 and you can move up. So an 886 pulled from one of these lows is less useful just because of the WXY potential we have here. Of course, if you do pull an 886 from the low to the high and you hit it, then the information you get is low probability this is an impulse, or from this low to the high, doesn't matter. Low probability this is an impulse. Low probability this is the end of a three-wave corrective structure. Higher probabilities that this is still correcting, or you don't have to check pulling an 886 from this low to the high and check it. But the problem is the moment you hit this 886 here, for example, from the low to the high, you can end wave Y on the 886 and you can just go. So it's not an 886 I like to use. I would prefer using the 886 from the high to the low here. Right? That's a relevant one. But an 886 currently from the lows here is less relevant. Can we open a long now? Oh, you can open a long anytime as well as a short. I just love it. Wait. Yo, cheers, Anonym. I just love hearing and seeing B Channel since I got here. Yeah, B Channel. Such a legend as well. B Channel has a rival with gift subs, which is Erhan now. Yeah, what a guy. But yo, B channel, good to have you here, man. Welcome. Johnny was playing a game on the phone. Yeah, gamer. I like to hear it. I enter in slowly with multiple trades when I start to see evidence of a turn, but I won't trade. Okay, yes. So yeah, you enter on the 1 minute, you build up to a 4 hour directional bias. Yeah, I see. I always think of B channel. Can we have a flat in Y or only? Yes, you can have a flat in Y. Yes. Wave Y can be a flat, zigzag, or a triangle. But in a sideways WXY, if wave W is a zigzag, wave Y is not allowed to be a zigzag. Make sure to check out this playlist. Oh, sorry. I bumped my microphone. And please watch 2 videos. This one here about the WXY. This is the sideways WXY. And watch the video about a double zigzag, which is also a WXY, but this is called a sharp, right? And this one is called sideways, right? Or double zigzag, double 3. It's just. But yes, you can have a zigzag, flat, or triangle in wave Y. As you said in your videos, the impulse if moves down are diagonal, multi 1, 2, or 1. Yes, which in all of them must be wave 2, but in V-shape there is no wave 2. But you eventually get a wave 2, right? So if you get a V-shape, boom, boom, eventually you get a move down on a higher degree. Your wave 2, right? If you get this and this, your small little wave 2 might be hidden in here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But after your first 5-wave move up here is finished, right? You expect a move down. Let me explain. I have an example. I have to go back far enough. So let's go to the 4 hour. Oh, by the way, I mean, arguably, this move up here is an example, but I want to use a different example, actually. This one here. I'll never forget this move to the downside because that was the first time ever I had like 500, 600 people watching the stream because I analyzed the probabilities here in the morning and the probabilities were higher to move down. And then as price started moving, I went live at like 1 p.m. before we broke out and then boom. I never had so many subscribers in one live stream. So it was like 250 subs, 600 viewers. We had like 10,000 views overall. It's insane. But here, look at the wick, right? So on the lower time frame, this looks like, of course, a V-shaped recovery, right? On the lower. But what you're eventually looking for, lower, and then is a range, right? And the range. And that is when you then get back in. That is when you can analyze the range. It's incredibly rare to just see this, right? It's almost unheard of. You will always get a range eventually and a retracement, and then you can analyze the range and then use that to your advantage, of course. So yeah. Right, I'm on a 4 hour time frame. So mind you, we're not on the 15. This is a 4 hour wick. But if you zoom into the 15, you will be able to see structure, especially this here. This is your range. This was a very slow range moving to the downside with consistent bearish CVDs. So even though the high here was very quick, right? Spike, move down. We had a monthly naked point of control here and a target box. We moved down very fast, but then you get a range here, right? So we move down very fast. We then move back up again, start ranging with bearish CVDs, and down we go. So it's always, so that's why I say when you have very quick moves on whatever time frame, the best thing you can do is to wait for a range to form. Once the range forms, you can analyze that range, and based on the range, you can, start trading again. So actually, arguably the same here. Very quick move up, right? And then we move down, right? Is this a V shape? I mean, in hindsight, of course not. Sorry, my chart is loading here. 1 second. I'm just refreshing. So we have a move up and a sharp move down, but then eventually you range and so we hit the resistance, the target box, bearish CVDs as price move down. So wait for the range, wait for the range. Yeah, but Afshin, it doesn't matter, right? If it's an impulse, there is a wave 2. You might not be able to detect it, but just wait for the range to form, right? It doesn't matter if you can count it or not. It's about waiting for a range. It's about tradability, right? You can't trade a V shape unless you somehow wicked or entered like at the absolute low. So generally, even in a V shape, you will have 1 minute waves or 10-second waves, right? It doesn't matter what time frame. You just wait for a range to form, and then you trade the retracement, because there will always be a new range or a retracement. It doesn't matter if you can trade it. You don't have to trade every move. You just got to wait. It's the patient. 11. Yeah. Oh, yesterday. Tuesday. Yeah. This one. Yeah. Okay. So I answered the question. Yeah, so the answer of can we open a long? You can open a long or a short anywhere, of course, at any time. If you have a plan and a strategy, you wouldn't ask this question. So you need a plan or a strat, or of course learn about existing strategies like Elliott waves. Because if this is the way you trade, probably this guy's not here anymore, but if this is the way you trade, you're going to be forever losing. All the permission questions are mental. Can I... Okay. I honestly have the feeling we are now going back to 42. Prepare for the unexpected. Preparation is the key to success, yes. So a triple zigzag, I would say 42 now where we are based on this structure. I mean, it would be quite insane. KG, by the way, nice to have you here. KG is a great Elliott wave counter as well. And he did a big international trip last year. I think you kind of like back at trading now. He's Dutch. Good to have you here, man. But yeah, based on the structure here, even if you would think 42, I would preferably first take the high. So a triple zigzag is sharp WXYXZ, yes, compared to a WXYXZ sideways, correct. Which I guess are both very rare structures, also correct. 100% score. Yes, so in a sharp WXYXZ, your W, Y, and Z are zigzags. In a sideways WXYXZ, only wave W or Y or wave Z is allowed to have a zigzag. You're not allowed. So if, for example, wave Y is a zigzag, W and Z have to be different structures. You're only allowed one zigzag in a sideways. This is what I like. B channel. Make sure to check out the banned word list. I put it in Discord. Oh, Discord. Yo, in case, guys, you don't follow me on Instagram, I'm actually quite active now there, especially my stories. And I uploaded a video of scammers, the amount of scam comments in 1 hour. Now, they're all filtered because I have a ban list and I keep very close attention to scammers just to make sure you don't get wrecked. And this is the ban list. So if you use a word that's in the list, you're likely not going to see your comment. It's not that you get banned. It's just that your comment in a live stream won't appear. And underneath the video, I first have to click on acceptable, basically. So maybe that's the. But B channel, make sure to put a couple of dots in some words, because you can post the message, but you then have to put some dots somewhere. Where are the FIB times? You mean the tool? If you go to Fibonacci, and then here it is. Where is it? Oh yeah, trend-based FIB time. Are you a full-time? No, because I don't want to trade 40 hours a week. When I think about full-time trading, it's interesting terminology because people call full-time trading, and it's a good question. Right? The answer is yes. I know what you mean, But the actual answer is, are you consistently profitable and can you live from trading? Yes. Is trading my only source of income? No, because I'm also an entrepreneur. But the answer is yes. Now, to be more precise, so what I find interesting is, of course, people love to become a consistently profitable trader because they want to escape their job. They want to trade from everywhere in the world and make money, take care of their family or whatever it is, right? But generally it has to do with, I want to quit X to be, fill in the dots, trader. However, many people I speak to want to trade because of freedom. But the word full-time implies that you're still stuck to a screen while you actually want to have the freedom. You know what I mean? Like full-time, 40 hours a week or 50 hours a week would kind of like imply, okay, you're a full-time, right? Like 40, 50 hours a week trader sitting behind the chart and trading, but you therefore limit what you actually maybe wanted, which is the freedom you were looking for. Now, what I think is a nicer term is, are you consistently profitable? And can you live from trading? Because how I design my trading is I definitely am not actually a full-time trader. I'm not behind the charts 40, 50 hours. I mean, I'm not trading for 40, 50 hours. I just have YouTube and stuff going on. So, of course, I'm behind my PC a lot, but that's because I love what I do. I have the freedom to stop everything and just go sit on the beach, right? And do whatever. Now, and I think that is what we want to try and achieve, is look for your best setups, create a strategy that allows you to be free from the chart. So if you create a strategy, what you also do is translate what you want into the strategy. So if you don't have a plan or a strategy, you're likely behind the chart the whole day trying to trade every move and whatever, because emotion and you don't want to miss out, you want to catch the big trade and blah, blah. But if you have a plan and a strategy and you wake up in the morning and you have a day trading strat for yourself and you know based on data, well, I have 10 setups a month, I have 20 setups a month, doesn't matter. You wake up in the morning, you sit behind your PC, you check the chart and you observe the chart, but based on what the chart is showing you in the morning, there's no setup, there's nothing going on. You can take the morning off, right? And then when noon hits, you check the chart again, see if anything happened, see if your plan is going to be respected soon. Right. See if there's the potential for a plan coming up, and if a plan is coming up, you set some alarms and you go do some other stuff, or you stay behind your PC. But that's of course what many people are looking for. It's the freedom. But having a clear plan and strategy helps with your freedom. But you have to put time, first full-time hours into creating a plan or a strat, or be an Elliott wave analyst, or use any other existing strategies. So, because I don't want to be a full-time trader, I want to be a consistently profitable trader, living from trading, yes, but I want to have the freedom to do what I want to do. Yeah. But I'm also an entrepreneur, and I already do what I want to do, if you know what I mean. So I want to, like with trading, it's just bonus, right? It's fun. I have a plan, a strat. My psychology is okay. I've worked on all of that. I trade Elliott waves. I have three other ways of trading. And the profit from trading itself can take care of my lifestyle, but I like to build, I like to help, I like to inform, I like to educate. And that's why also I spend so much time here. I love the community. I love the interaction that we have in live chats and all the questions. I love helping people out. I love educating people, showing examples and how things work, and talking about plans and strats, and like, and hopefully, therefore, I can give back, because I've had my journey. I am where I, of course, I'm not where I want to be, and as in like I still have goals. You know what I mean? But I've achieved some stuff, and yeah, I like to build the channel. I never knew the channel was going to be like this. 200 people watching. What the fuck? We started 1.5 years ago, and now we're here. It's absolutely insane, but it helps me to inform and educate, and hopefully teach people a thing or two to become profitable. And I like to spend time with you guys. I like to answer questions in the community. Now, of course, it starts to, once it starts rolling, I need to have a team, right? So Jeroen is here to help me out with sometimes emails, and he's the one that created the membership form and the CVD access form, and he does more stuff. He's creating PDFs in the background and whatnot, because I can't do it myself. So as the channel grows, I build a team. Of course, we have the announcement will come soon, but Adam and Odin are now part in Discord, are part of the team. They're in the Koens mods, right? They focus on Discord, and then you have maybe a Band-Aid, and you have Mark, that are mainly on YouTube, active also in Discord, but YouTube mainly, and then Jeroen is an employee. So yeah, things are then growing, but I always want to spend time with the community, right? That's what I like the most, and provide the content. So and that's why I spend a lot of time here. But I can also just quit the channel and do something else. But I don't want to do that because I enjoy it. I'm also a global keynote speaker, for people that don't know. If you look for my name, or just go to this website. So I also speak at global events. 1 second, it's loading. Takes a while. So I also speak at global events internationally. And my expertise and background is the gaming and the esports industry. Hello, are we loading? Thank you. So, yeah, and this is, again, I speak generally I speak in front of C-level executives across the world, and I talk about how, like, things related to gaming esports. I speak about many different things, but yeah. Make sure to fill this in if you're interested. But yeah, I do different things. I had different companies. I was a medical student. That's that's back in the day, but yeah. So a lot of blah blah there, but I had to use. I know what it means, Derriere. Yeah. Do you think it was an SOP and now we're going to retest the lows? Yeah, so this is indeed a quite classic swing failure pattern. You grab the liquidity of the high and you move down with some nice, very local bearish CVDs on the 3. Retest the lows. I mean, we're pretty much there. But yeah, probabilities remain higher on the 1 hour to sooner or later, of course, take out this high. But to have the WXY, which is most interesting. It's very difficult to start an impulse here. So, yeah. Saw myself on Koenz's live. I've arrived. What's up, Odin? Oh, wait, Odin, actually, now that you're here, I actually need to do the same with Adam. Add as a mod. I always forget. Oh, yeah. Ta-da! Where's Adam? Ta-da! Names be blue. Yeah, I didn't do an official announcement yet, but that will come in Discord. But Odin and Adam are the mods in Discord. Great guys. You may probably, if you're in Discord and you're active in the channels, you have seen them because they answer many questions from people over the past weeks. I didn't ask them anything, whatever. They just proactively help people in the group answer the questions, and I told all the time. I said, hey, thanks for doing that, and I notice it, right? Yeah, now was the time where I decided to reach out to Adam and Odin and say like, yo guys, I've seen what you've been doing over the past, I mean, weeks, months. You know, time to step it up. So here they are. Nice to see Odin and Adam here as well. They're both here in the live. Boris, welcome. But I will put out an official thing in Discord. I saw are we looking for the Y in the 1 hour? At the moment, that's the highest probability. Yeah. So that also means you have checked the nitty gritty analysis. I love training like man. That's the only way I can be profitable. I see. And I felt confident here, and everything I did was deserved and really enjoyed by me. That's great to hear. Thanks, B Channel. And yeah, I remember your emails. We had multiple email contact, of course. But it's nice. You found your way. You found your trading style. You found your strategy, your combination of tools, what you're looking for. And I also think that trading should be relaxed, right? Of course, you sometimes lose. Hopefully, you win more, of course, than you lose. But it's just part of the plan. You know what I mean? If your execution is good, then the rest is just up to statistics and the chart. Yeah, trading in a relaxed manner, I fully agree. I'm also like just relaxed, but that's the way. That's also personality in a way, I guess. Thank you, sir or madam. Appreciate it. Giannis, cheers, man. Will you explore bots? Yes. I think AI is interesting as well. Of course, it's even better that if you have a bot or AI or whatever, and the bot or the AI based on strats can trade profitably, right? You need to give it a lot of data to see if it even works, of course. But if it eventually works, then yeah, absolutely, because you're going to automate an income stream. Now, why wouldn't I do it, right? Now, I do like the thrill. I can't deny. I would use the bot and trading myself because I do like the thrill of doing my analysis, doing my research, trading my setups. Like, I like to do it. I love the act of trading and the art of analysis. I really enjoy that. Now, besides the fact, of course, with YouTube, I am always active analyzing the chart and updating silver and all that stuff. But I love the act of trading itself and the art of, or the act of whatever, the art of trading and analyzing the chart. But if there's one day a bot that is according to what I am looking for, then yeah, you bet I'll put money in it. Yeah, why not? It's automating. Yeah. Can this range start from the 9th of August being ABC and we are currently starting the wave C? No. And the reason is that your A is a 3-wave structure and your B didn't retrace to the 0.9. It's a great question. So your A is a 3-wave structure here. I'll explain why in a second. Where is it? Regular. And we didn't touch the 0.9. So for a wave A to be a 3-wave, you need B to go to the 0.9 minimum for a flat A, B, C. But we didn't touch the 0.9, so this can't be a wave C of a flat. Now the reason probabilities are low for this to be A, 5-wave, 3, and then another 5-wave, is because of this. And mainly because of your B. Because your wave B for a flat went to the 1.618, which significantly lowers probabilities for a flat wave B. Also, B has to be a 3-wave structure. This looks impulsive. Side note. So, therefore, currently not looking for an ABC zigzag or a flat in that manner. Living the dream. How old are you? I am 31 years old, and I will be 32 in 1 month and 10 days on the 24th of September. You can feel in every video that you do this out of passion. Cheers, Yannis. That's true. I love it. Yeah, I love it. Appreciate it, mate. So highest probability take 63 and come down to under. The come down under 58, that's not part of the probability, right? So you have a wave Y, depends on the current move down, right? So preferably we look for a Y, but the probabilities are higher to take out this high, yes. But if we take this high, it very much depends on what's first happening here to decide if your wave Y in this scenario is finished or if you would expect a bigger flat, which we don't yet have that information. We would first need to see price move up now. So yes, probabilities are highest to still take out this high, but it doesn't mean you take it and you move down. That very much depends on what you now get here. So you can't yet say 58. What we can say is the probabilities haven't changed to take out the high, but based on the nitty-gritty analysis of earlier in the live stream where I went in more detail than the morning video, the probabilities were higher to continue this range. In other words, not to escape to 68, but move closer to more like 57. And we got a nice move down, but currently based on price and time, it's a little bit shallow for a wave Y. We didn't hit the 618, and also time-wise, it's still quite short. So this move can only be a potential A for a bigger flat ABC. But of course, it depends on the move up and when you actually stop moving down. So we can't yet say 58, but we can say 63. You have lived like what different lives. Medical student, professional gamer, television host, global keynote speaker, trader, content creator, I guess, nowadays. Kun, do you think the 886 will play out from 12th of August? This 886 is not relevant. From this low to the high, that's not a relevant 886, Mawitz. Because the wave Y, you can see the 618 target for Y is above the high of W. Now that means that a wave Y can finish at the 618, which would be around the 886 taken from this low to the high, and then move up. So the 886, so the only 886s you want to take is from the start of the corrective structure. So from the high to the low, that's a relevant 886. But from the low here to the high is at the moment is not a relevant 886 because you can get a W, X, Y touch here and then just continue. Wave Y doesn't have to take the low of W. Right, so the 886 probabilities are not relevant in that case. Your thoughts for a potential triangle? Well, a triangle would be, if we are looking for a triangle in like the whole structure here, that would be bearish because a triangle is a structure that comes before a final leg up. So you would then be W triangle X, Y down, right? Or you have A, B triangle C down. You can't have a triangle in wave 2, or you have a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, right? So triangle would be bearish. At the moment, not looking for a triangle, you would then have A, B, C, but the problem with C is then that the probabilities are higher for a flat in C, which isn't allowed. Now with the bigger triangle, 1 second, I think I still have that scenario somewhere, this one. In this case, the problem here is that if you're looking for wave C and you look preferably then double zigzag to get low enough, WXY, so that's a double zigzag, okay? Your wave X preferably doesn't touch the 0.7, which we did. The 0.7 significantly reduces probabilities of a double zigzag. In other words, it significantly reduces a sharp WXY and increases a sideways WXY, which reduces probabilities for this whole triangle. So it's not a high probability. Yep. WXY. Chasing dopamine in the charts is a dangerous game. It is. Like sometimes it's good to have your people call it, of course, their Deegan account, just like random money that you can lose without like whatever, and just go 100x balls deep, you know, just for the fun and giggle. But with the big accounts, you gotta trade safe. Yeah, psychology. Do you think we will see 63 before 55? I mean, before 55, if we talk about 55, then preferably yes. If we talk about 55, it would be nice to take out the high, hit the daily naked point of control, move down to 55. But it's very early. It's a question that is, do you think? Well, it's all probabilities, right? So I in my head, I'm calculating the moves pretty much. But because we don't think, right? We don't think, is it going? We need proof, like what's the scenario, what's the data, what's the structure. And if this is for a flat ABC, if this is a wave C of this being A, B, a wave C going to 55 would be too deep for this to be a flat. So if you do go to 55, this is not a flat anymore. We have to think differently. So if we count this as a flat ABC, preferably you then eventually finish a flat, stabilize, look for a range, move back up, take the high, 63K, and then move down to 55. Yeah. Indeed, maybe a band-aid. Christoph Domagala, greetings. I just want to tell you that you are one of the best. Your analyses are great, and I love your approach to the market. Cheers, man. I appreciate it. It's a very kind message. Thanks for writing that and taking some time out of your day to write the message, Christoph. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. I'm glad you enjoy the content and also the analysis and the approach. But thanks for hanging out and supporting the channel by subbing and watching the content. Right, that's all I can ask for. So I appreciate it, man. By the way, to come back to Lloyd McDonald, just a second here. It just hit me. When you look for 63 before 55, right, as mentioned in the analysis, or earlier at least, move down on volume, wait for a range to form, right? And when a range is, no financial advice, but that's how I approach the market from an Elliott wave point of view. Once a range is forming, or you get a bit of a bounce, right, this becomes tradable, especially if we look for price to move up to 63. As long as price is moving down on increasing volume, we just go down and down and down and down till eventually we stabilize, right? And if we do move low enough to hit the target for Y, there is the potential at least for Y to be finished. Reason is W zigzag, X flatten Y. If you then move up to 63, you might not come down to 55, okay? So it's important to see the waves and the context in there. How's the world of trading changing in the future if more and more AI is well, in the end, when you look at coding, it's human-based. Of course, you have AI, but AI is generally limited to the code of the human. So there's a human impact. It's an interesting question. I wouldn't know how trading is in 10 years or 20 years from now. We'll wait and see. We're still going to be there, you know. Imagine, guys, we're growing up together, right? We're growing up together. I'm 31. By the time I'm 50, I see Tommy in chat, Tommy888, and be like, yo, Tommy, you remember that question on the 14th of August, 2024? When you asked about AI, God knows what happens in 10 and 20 years. But of course, AI, bots, automated trading is interesting. There is, at the moment, still, of course, a big human influence because of the limits of AI and coding the bots and that sort of stuff. I don't know what the future holds. So, Elliott waves is related to psychology and of course, the price action. So if you do get AI and you do have bots, if most of the retail traders do not use those type of things, then even AI and bots are going to look for liquidity to take away the money from retail, right? So I think from a wave perspective, it will be very much the same, because retail will have this, like, have a big enough group of people, they all do the same thing. So of course, in the past decades, we went from paper trading, literally on a piece of paper, to having computers, to having TradingView and online systems and portals and exchanges. But Elliott Waves has remained the same. It's the same structures, the same things, which is very impressive. So yeah. You can get a triangle in WXY. Yes, in wave X and in wave Y. Yeah. After I've completed all set for the new CFD, will the new CFD section appear right away? Yes, it will appear right away in Discord. So just keep an eye on. Wow, I have so many red dots. Oh, here, Koen's CFD. You will see this channel pop up, and also the setups channel. Do you have data thoughts on which CFD is better for probability? Oh, that's an interesting. I've collected data about 5 and 15, right? As well as 30 and 1 hour. So the 15-minute versus 30 versus 1 hour has the same win rate, but the 15 has the most amount of divergences. So therefore, highest amount of profit. The 5-minute has more setups, but a lower win rate. Now it comes down to what's your psychology. Do you want a higher win rate, maybe a little less profit, or lower win rate, maybe more profit? The 5-minute is generally not something I use. I prefer using 15 to have the most amount of setups with a good win rate compared to 30 and 1 hour. But I don't really use, so I use a 3 or 5 minute when I am looking for, hey, I'm looking for a short or a long. Price action is moving quick, but I already made the plan beforehand, and when I then see the divs, I'll enter. But yeah, that's the data. So 15, 30, 1 hour, 30 and 1 hour have less setups, but the same win rate, and the 5-minute has a lower win rate, but more setups. Oh, it should work. It should work, as many people actually use the templates. You talk about the ATAs, yeah, the NPOCs. You should be able to upload them, but then B channel, change the time frame to the daily. Maybe, wait, did I write that? I should have written that, right? It must be in there. Good to know channel. Oh yeah. Make sure to use the daily time frame on both templates. So if you upload the template and you open it, it opens on the 5-minute. I have no idea why it does. I don't know. I can save it on the daily. It opens again on the 5. But make sure you change the time frame at the top of your window to the daily. I need coffee. The trend-based FIB time for Y between the 0.618 and the 1.618 of wave W. Commonly. Minimum would be the 0.382. Appears like it hit the 618. Yeah, at least taken from the low to the high. That's correct. Yeah. Vicky Tucker Vines, please, sir. What do you mean, Vicky? Guys, I just want to say that this live stream, like, thanks for the support, because let me show you that there's so many people still here during the chatting session. It's insane. Look at this. Guys, appreciate it, man. Not like usually at the beginning of a live stream, we generally are at like 200 viewers. We went all the way up to like, what, 300 almost. Oh, we passed. And And then, of course, once chatting and Q&A starts, that's when slowly we go down. But still here, like, thanks, guys. That's amazing. Insane. Oh, look, we have a, what's this? A small little bug. But, yo, cheers, guys. Thanks for the support here. And also for the, what is it? 164 likes. 5 more. Magic number. Greetings, Bergwolf. Sunny Italy. Greetings from sunny France. We're neighbors now. Question: do you ever include other key indicators in your considerations, such as CME gap closing, sentiment? So the CME gap, no, but generally I hear about CME gaps because of the community, but it's not something I use. Sentiment, a little bit, because I tend to sometimes in my content have the psychology scenarios, right, where I explain from a psychology perspective what's most interesting. So I guess in a way, yes. Manipulation, no. Instead of talking about manipulation, I talk about having a plan or strategy. Manipulation is not going to help anyone. You can't trade it, right? Of course, you have ICT that I think he has the, what is it? Accumulation, manipulation, and then distribution. Is that the power of 3 thing? But I don't use the word manipulation. I think it has a negative connotation to it, right? A feeling, and it doesn't help anyone. So I talk more about having a plan or a strat compared to manipulation, which I think is more valuable. So you need a plan or a strat, and then if you have a plan or a strategy based on data, you will forget about any manipulation and stuff. Publication of economic indicators. That question would be answered with a no. I'm very much focused on Bitcoin by itself. I actually never look at S&P or NASDAQ or other stuff. Oh yeah, that one call. Yeah, that. So I'm 100% technical. I focus on Bitcoin only, and actually everything I use in my trading is very much geared to only Bitcoin and the chart that I have in front of me. And then etc. No. So everything I use in my trading is everything I show in all of my videos. I don't use anything outside of what I show in my content. So if something is not covered, then likely I don't use it in my trading. No. So many new people. Yeah, I actually, like in the chat for sure, yes. So in the chat, yes. I actually have no idea how many people like subbed or something. I can't see that here. I would need to go to my analytics. We have 20 new members just because of Ethan Tan pressing the button twice to give 10 subs. What a crazy guy. Like at the beginning of the stream when I literally started the analysis, this guy came in hot air on ton. Absolutely nuts. But I do like, instead of donating, you know, like this is cool because you help the community. I think that's cool because people get gifted and I bump them up to silver so they can benefit from it and learn something, which I think is nice. The 618 which you showed was taken from... this one is taken from the start of W to the end of W to the end of X. That's the one. Can wave Y... can Y wave gonna be diagonal? Wave Y cannot be a diagonal because a diagonal is a 5-wave structure. And a diagonal has to be a 3-wave structure. Now, just to make things a little more complex, you can have a diagonal in wave A of a zigzag Y. So what that means is, if this is your A, or wave C for that matter, this is your A, you look for B, you look for C, and that is the end of your Y. So you can have a diagonal in A, 3-wave B, and then a 5-wave C, zigzag. Or impulse, correction, and then a diagonal in C, also possible. But you can't have wave Y only as a diagonal. What's up, Indian market official? You can stop posting. If I see it one more time, you're going to be kicked. Right? We don't appreciate spam here. So welcome. Nice to have you here. Stop with the spam or you're out as quick as you entered. Once wave 4 is invalidated on the 4-hour time frame, now the probability is corrective while it goes up. if you are looking for an impulse, right? The moment wave 4 hits the 618, a wave 4 is invalidated, which is going to leave you with two options. At least the two that then become higher probability. Meaning you have a finished A, B, C, and you look for the lows. Or you have a double 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 up. But in a double 1, 2, preferably your second leg up is a little bit shorter than your first one. Right? So if they are exactly equal in size, be aware of a double 1, 2 potentially. If your second leg is higher and you then touch the 618, right, or your second leg up is bigger than your first leg up, and you touch the 618, probabilities increase to take the low with an ABC finished and down. Now, if you have an ABC and you move down and hit the 618, so probabilities increase to take the low or a double 1, 2, depends a little bit on the second leg up. But if price then moves towards the upside, right, and not continue in a wave 3, but rejects again, that is the moment where you start considering diagonals. So this is how a single structure can morph into others and how probabilities change, right? So very interesting, of course. Thank you, maybe a Band-Aid, or Adam. Thank you, Adam. Was probably a fight for who could remove him first, but thanks, guys. We appreciate the high, but only say it once is more than enough. 30K, is that possible? Not at the moment. Very, very low probabilities. It's not a mistake. I was wondering at it in the back of my mind, like you probably, or maybe you pushed the 10. And then after pushing the first 10, you were like, wait, why is the notification? Why doesn't it work? And they pushed the second 10 and then, oops, 2 at the same time. You know what I mean? Aaron, you're still here, man? Or you just came back? I don't know, but thanks, eh? This is the first time I can actually, I see your name still here. So I appreciate the support, but also especially towards the community as well, which is really nice. Really, really nice. It was... Yeah, no problem, Abid. You know now. Oh, sorry. C wave in Y. You can get a wave C and wave Y, but only in a flat or a zigzag. So wave Y can be a zigzag flat triangle, meaning inside wave Y, we can have a zigzag, ABC, up or down, a flat, or a triangle. In all of the waves, you have a wave C, right? So you have your wave C here, your wave C here, or you have your wave C here. Oh, wait, let me do it a bit more accurate. Ba, ba, and then this is your C. So yes, in a wave Y, you always have AC, depending on the structure wave Y is. Yeah. Gonna be YouTube famous. It's hard to believe. Like some people say, so of course, the thing is, I never expected 50 subs. I never expected 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. You know what I mean? It just keeps I think I don't really care about the number. I generally don't focus much on what the sub count is. What is most important to me is providing quality content. And if I continue to provide quality content and people are happy and they appreciate it and all that good stuff, it will grow eventually into whatever. But the moment, of course, I would not create quality content or I absolutely suck balls. Well, first of all, if that was the case, we wouldn't probably be at 13,000 subs, but yeah, people go away. So yeah, we'll see. But it's all about the quality. Can a diagonal? Yes, wave C can be a diagonal. Yes. What's up, Matt? There was a guy around here want to get him sub, but he failed to get it. on second round too. I don't know if it's actually possible to gift a sub to one person. Don't be Mr. Beast. No, absolutely not. So I've had my success and fails over the years. And one thing that is very much a thing in my family as well as my friend group is keeping your feet on the ground. Now, it is no problem to enjoy success, as in I have trading success and I enjoy the freedom. I enjoy assets. I enjoy fun stuff or nice stuff, or but you don't want to brag about things, like if you know what I mean. Like it's you just gotta keep your feet on the ground, enjoy what you do, be happy, help people, right? That's more important. So yeah, on Instagram, I'm generally very neutral. Yeah, if I go on holiday, I'll post a holiday pic. If I would drive a nice car, I might post it there as well. But generally, if I own things, most of the time I don't really post it online, because you never know. Online is still online. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe one day in the future I'll get a bit more flexible and take people along with more of my lifestyle and that sort of stuff. But keep your feet on the ground, but just take people along the ride, right? Be inspirational to people, but not what was the word I'm looking for? Be inspirational, but not like you want to keep your feet on the ground. That's what I'm saying. I don't know the other word. But yeah, I've in the Netherlands, I've been in the media countless of times, newspapers, TV. Oh, look, he's back. I've had my success in trading, in being a TV host, being recognized, but it's just be humble. You can be humble, cool, right? So if you drive nice cars and whatnot, I think it's really cool if you're humble enough that when you stop somewhere or you're parking, people can have a look. Especially kids, it's fun. They can sit in the seat and have a look. It's inspirational. I also never forget a book that I've read, The Millionaire Fastlane, or you can also read Unscripted. The author is MJ DeMarco, and where his journey started as an entrepreneur is seeing a Lamborghini Countach on a parking lot, and he approached the guy and said, "How?" And that's where his story started. And that guy that spoke to him about the how, that's like spending some time, and you know what I mean. Just be humble. You can enjoy your life, but you got to be humble. I've been online, and also, of course, support other people. I've been online while about 40 sips. I've been 20. Never been lucky enough to get one. Oh wait, in the previous streams, just kind of thought everyone is of a tight neck. Yeah, I don't know. It must be random stuff. So Bitcoin touched 86. Take it from 8th of August. Yes, from the high to the low. Probability is to take the high and open it. So if you do touch the 886 here, probabilities increase even more to take out 63K, which remains higher probability anyway, sooner or later. The probability is to take the high and open, but a diagonal is not something, it's too early. So if price takes the high, right? Oh, side note, for a diagonal, oh no, in general, diagonal now are low probabilities. Yeah. So if you're looking for a diagonal here, first of all, it's too early. Second, based on this market structure here, a diagonal has low probabilities, because if this is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Wave 2 has to be a zigzag family structure. It can't be anything else. So either a simple zigzag ABC, and then we wanted to see continuation in a zigzag, or a double zigzag WXY, but that's significantly reduced in probabilities because we touched the 0.7 taken from the high to the low of the move. So preferably you look at a single zigzag ABC and then get another ABC up. But of course, the start of a wave A here is incredibly messy, low probabilities. It's not a great start to another zigzag. So therefore, based on what we look for here, probabilities would be higher for a double combo WXY. Zigzag X flat structure, interesting. The issue is that then a diagonal, this one, is not going to be a scenario. Do you mind making available to, I saw what cars they were, and yeah. So yeah, T. Clepson, he's got a good eye. Yeah, there's a few videos in there. I'm always I love cars. The answer is I won't put it like public on my YouTube because obviously it's not part of Elliott Ways. But just send me a DM. But yeah, I mean, so since a little kid, when I was very young, and I don't know what happened when I was young, but as a small kid, I loved racing. So there's pictures of me being like 5 years old, sitting in a Formula One car, and that stuff. That was me. Go-karting from young ages. But I always had something with the brand Lamborghini. Now, that is far before trading and bull and all that stuff was even a thing. So, I always dreamt of having, right? I always like to drive, see, look online, check for videos, look for opportunities, check what they're talking about, what's the market doing, right? Like 2 years ago, the market of Lamborghini, Ferrari, like the exotics, very, very overvalued, right? So the MSRP, which is the price, the manufacturer price, right, was very high. So you could basically, 4 years ago, you could have bought any car over like 200K and you would be in profit pretty much, right? So you want to then look for a dip again before there's new opportunities to look for new opportunities and opportunity to look for new cars and stuff. So yeah, I always like to add and remove videos, and I've recently been watching some videos again. Also some videos about more information again. I try to educate myself all the time with everything. Also with trading, right? I'm very good in Elliott Waves, but I always like to learn more about Elliott Waves. So same with the cars. I always try to learn more about financing, learn more about the market, learn more about the car, learn more about investment car. How many miles or kilometers should you drive on a car before the value drops off? It also depends why you buy the car. You want to buy the car and then drive it till it breaks. Absolutely, like you keep it for 10 years. Or is it an investment car, which means you're going to be limited to kilometers and years before you sell it and get a new one, right? So I like to do my research, besides the fact I just love cars. I really love cars. So, but yeah, I always had something with the brand since I was a little kid. Makes me think. So this car here, right, is a Lamborghini Huracan Performante, right? And this is a 1 to 12. This is a 1 to 12 like model of the car. You can see how big it is as well, right? And yeah, I won't explain why or when I got it and the reason behind it because personal stuff. But yeah, it's nice, So I always have it with me everywhere I go. Not as in like it's in my backpack, but it's always in my office. Garage ? Okay, where were we? I have a $350 account. What lot size should I trade? Recommended mullah is, first of all, have a plan or a... Oh, wait, sorry guys, lol. First of all, have a plan or a strategy before you start trading with $350, because else you're just gonna lose it, right? Which would be a pity. So have a plan, have a strat. 6 steps you have to follow. You may have heard it before, but that's step 1. Step 2 is from a risk management perspective. You risk 1 to 3% a trade, which in your case, right, would be $3.50 to $10.50 per trade, which means if you win a trade with a 1 to 3 risk reward ratio, risking 1%, you are going to win $10.50, right? And if you risk 3%, you're going to win about like $32. Instead of using 350, but then risking with 100x leverage, because that's going to go down really quick. So it's better to get the hang of trading, right? Get the hang of trading, build a plan, build a strategy, get experience, and then up the size of your portfolio, which will go up anyway once you start trading profitably and have a plan and a strat. Up the size of your portfolio by investing in it or whatever, and then you will have more profit. But what tends to happen in the beginning is people with a low account size tend to over leverage because they want to make up for the lower account size. So they have $100, $500, $1K, $10K, and they're like, fuck, I can't live from this, I want to make millions. So they go 50x, 100x leverage, and then what happens is they get wrecked. So try not to get wrecked. Sure. Yeah, what happened to the 1 hour stream? You tell me. 3.5 hours. I definitely have to go soon. Lol. Yeah, I'm here instead of thinking about how people can actually buy CVD, the CVD indicator. I love fighter jets. That's really cool. Have you ever sat in one? I've been to a couple of air shows in the Netherlands. You still have my Valhalla. What does it mean, B-Channel? Your Valhalla? I just found the books. There are 2 versions. Did you read both or the Great Red? I have read one, which is the link in the description. So that would be the one that I have read myself. I also read The Great Rat Race. Yes, that's the most recent book. But I think the most complete book would be Unscripted. What about Porsche? I really like Porsche. Also, as a company, I was invited in the Netherlands in 2020, before COVID, actually just before COVID. I was invited to come to Zandvoort, where they were going to present their Porsche Cup drivers, like Larry ten Voorde and the other ones that are driving in the Porsche Cup. And while that event was ongoing, they also did hot laps in a GT3 RS, which was really cool. I have a video of that still on my laptop. And I think when you look at Porsche, I think Porsche is a very nice car, which kind of like sits, unless you go to the RS and the GT3 high, like the high end. Porsche is like a very nice brand that's pretty much between like the normal quote unquote good cars and the exotic car. Like it's a nice like middle thing. You can get a great Porsche for a lot less money than you would do with the Lambos, the Ferraris, the Aston Martins, the whatnot. And I think what makes Porsche great is the handling of the car. It's a very nice car. Generally, they're not, like, depends on the version. If you go to the racing versions, generally they're a little bit lower, but you don't have to be afraid too often about getting your bumper scraped at the front because of the bumps in the Netherlands and wherever. But it's a great car. Brand. I mean, I talk about car, but it's a great brand. Of course, they have many different cars, and I think it's a very easy to drive brand car. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I like it. What's the problem? We are creating zigzag. What's the probability for this? Meow meow. From the low, we are creating a zigzag and completed the first 5 move up. From this low, so this is the thing. From what low? What do you mean, meow? From 49k or the low at 57? If you would count, if you look at the bigger, then you look at 5, creating ABC correction. Yeah, so an ABC doesn't work here anymore. At least B is not high enough for a 3-wave A, B, C flat, and a 535 has low probabilities for an ABC. So WXY is better. And just complete smaller wave B of the smaller degree zigzag. So you're looking for an ABC here. Or you look, wait, is he saying something? Yeah, from 49k. Okay, yeah. So you can have your A, yeah, if you count 5 waves. I have seen people counting a 5er in here. I'm not yet sure what I think about it, but there's a potential. But then this has the highest probability WXY because an ABC 535 or flat has low probabilities at the moment. A flat flat is invalid or not yet valid because you need to hit the 0.9, which we didn't. And for a zigzag, you need 5, 3, 5. But your 3 is a flat, which is first of all a running flat because we didn't take the high, which is very rare. Second, your wave B looks like a 5-waver more than a 3-waver. And your wave B went to the 1.618 fib from the low to the high. 50.7k low is wave A of a smaller degree. Yeah, so that doesn't work because this here is a 3-wave, not a 5-wave. This is a higher probability 3-wave structure. Yeah. Instead of this being a 5-waver, because where is wave 4, right? That's the question. You have a big wave 2, this wave 4 higher probability. This range here is connected to this 2 here, not to this 4. So but of course, if this is your count, that's okay, right? And you can count a 535 ABC. There's no problem. From how many years you are doing trading? From start, have you do any course? I haven't done any courses. The online environment was my course. But from an Elliott wave perspective, what really helped me was this website. And of course, nowadays I have my own playlist on YouTube. But this website is really good. It's in the description. Open the description, scroll down a bit, Elliott Wave Education. Right, you see a laptop emote with a link behind it. That's this website. Really good, really good. And now I made this whole playlist for everyone, but that's in hindsight. So yeah. Now about the tools in TradingView, that's like the more experience you get in the market, the more you learn about the tools, and you're going to Google about speed fan and ATAS and volume profile, and you'll find videos on how to use it, and then it's just implementation. How many years am I doing it? I started in January 2021. Do you advise we get on long and put on stop loss at 59,400? If that is part of your plan and your strategy, which is based on statistics, then yes. If not, then no. I always wanted to be a Grand Prix driver when I was a kid. Same. But my mom thought it was too dangerous. I wish I have the chance to be regularly karting, but it was just special events. I raced model cars for about 5 years as a closed sub. That's really cool, though. At least you got into racing. And go-karting, everyone generally, most people can regularly do some go-karting, which is great, of course. At least having a feeling of racing. Do you own a supercar? I generally don't really like to talk about what I own and what I have and where I put my money. Because we're online, you never know who's online, which of course it's not that I don't trust people, but at the same time you also don't know who's watching that's not active. You know what I mean? Maybe one day I will get more comfortable and on Insta or other places I share more about my life, but generally I don't really tend to show what I have or don't have. I also like to be humble in a way where I don't want to be regarded as the typical crypto guy, but it has more to do with me being comfortable sharing this stuff, because for me, everything that's happening here is still very new to me. So we're only having this channel for 1.5 years. I've never experienced this, and we have a global audience, literally from everywhere over the world. There's people watching, and it takes time to get adjusted to it, and share more about who I am and what I do, what I have, what I don't have, what my goals are and visions, and what I liked. So it's So it's a matter of time till I'll probably share more about that sort of stuff. Matter of time. Lots of conflicts with Elliott wave counts. The moon phases. You can research it, do some statistics. Hi, the 23rd of January to the 13th of March is an extension or a normal wave. 23rd of Jan? Okay, I see. The move up to 73K. That's a normal wave. Counted as a wave 3. Or a second wave 1 in a double 1-2 in the weekly. Yeah. Aston Martin. Aston Martin, I've never actually had the opportunity to drive an Aston Martin. I don't really know. Opportunity versus I never have been that interested in Aston Martin, so I also never actually went to the shop of Aston Martin, so I guess I have to frame it a little bit differently. I don't know, the brand has never stood out to me as some others have. Not saying they're not nice cars, because they're great, but it's great looks. I don't know the feeling, I don't know the sound, but yeah. I can't really judge. I don't have the experience. Porsche is now pumping. Yeah. Look at the stock chart, everyone. I'll probably have to get some vitamin D as well. Cheers, meow meow, and have a plan, trade the plan, eh? Yes, that is a very good idea, Mullah. And don't be afraid that, look, there's a difference, Mullah, between trading and investing, right? So as a trader, there is an opportunity every day, every 2 days, every 3 days, right? Every week. So if you miss a move, there's always a next opportunity. And it shouldn't matter if you trade at 100K or 30K or 80K or 50K or 60, it doesn't matter. As a trader, you should not care about the price of the asset. As an investor, it matters. But as a trader, you try to trade the moves, of course, in between. So don't get caught in, oh shit, I'm missing a move, I need to be part of it. Or shit, we go to all-time highs and I don't have a trade. Doesn't matter, right? There will be a next opportunity. Who did you watch on YouTube while you were learning your craft? To know your thoughts on them. Oof, I need to check, because that's like 3 years ago and I have scorched the whole of YouTube. Like there was not one channel that did it for me. So Elliott waves, I never learned Elliott waves online. That's just book, website, grind. The different tools here is stuff like patterns. That's where it started with Investopedia. Then you Google, then you use YouTube, then you see something in your shorts. And then, so it's like a lot of information from different places. There's not necessarily one YouTube channel where I'm like, oh, that's the one. Right? Because generally YouTube channels have a focus. Like my focus is Elliott waves. You don't learn a lot more outside Elliott waves here. I do have videos about volume profile. I have a video about target boxes and cleaning up your chart and some small things of stuff that I like to use. But generally, of course, channels have a certain focus instead of showing everything. And also the channels that generally show everything as this tool and this tool, they generally are not experts in any of them, right? So I can talk about RSI, but I'm not an expert in RSI. I know the wave 3-5 divergence. That's all I can say. But I don't know, anything else. Same with MACD or money flow indicator. I've used them in the past, but I'm far from being an expert of using them. Now, if you talk to me about CVD, I'm your guy. I'll help you out. So yeah, I got a lot of information from different sources, websites, blogs, YouTube videos, short form content. You name it. Namaste. What's up, Paneet? What do you think of the ATR indicator? Don't have an opinion because I actually never used it. I think a lot of the reason why a lot of people choose to stay here chatting with you is because they see a lot of attributes in you that they wish to become themselves. I know I'm inspired. Thanks, guys. I don't really know. Actually means a lot to me. But I don't always know how to act, right? Because it's online, it's still very new. I still have my goals and wishes, but I try to while I'm doing my thing, and I hope to help as many people as I can, helping them to get to where they want to go. Not providing signals, because that's where you're the wrong channel, right? But helping them to fish for themselves so that long term they can have that freedom or have that whatever they want to. Yeah. Don't really know what to say, really. Cheers, T. Clepson. Let's see where everything goes to. Is possible a pump now? Structure on the low time frame is bullish. Well, what is at least positive is that price has started to create a little bit of a range, right? So that is step one. So now we can analyze the range. The problem, however, for the bulls, I am afraid, is that we have an 886 touch. Let me take the lower high just to be sure. Yes. Yeah, so price has touched the 886 here, which decreases the probabilities for an impulse up, increases the probabilities for price, it decreases probabilities for impulsive continuation, increases probabilities to still take out the low at some point. Because the 886 is rare for a wave 2, but common for a wave B or a wave X. Increasing the move to the upside is a wave C or a wave Y, increasing the probabilities to move down and take the low. Also T. Clepson, like with regards to inspiration, that's the difficulty. Like, I don't have any experience, of course, generally with what's happening. YouTube has been growing so quick. it takes time to get adjusted. But also, I don't really know what can I share, what can I not share. If I would share a picture of X, do people then think about me negatively, or are they gonna be like, oh, here's another like exotic car, random trade, like, oh, it's probably rented, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really I don't know what to expect, but I don't want to get to the wrong side of things, you know what I mean? I want to be the humble guy. I want to help people out. I want to be here for everyone that's watching, that's in the community, the silver members, gold, diamond, future membership levels, building something with a great team, great viewers, great people. But if I share that sort of stuff, I don't yet know what the reaction is going to be. And maybe I'm just a bit afraid to discover it, that if I do post pictures like that there's negativity, or that people will move away because you do it. I don't know. So at the moment, I'm very low profile, very, very low profile. We have enough people showing off without having something to say. That is true. That's also true. There's enough people on the internet. You keep it that way. Yeah. That's at the moment the way to go. So I want the Mr. Bean car. Now that would be something, you know. The duck, or the eend, as we say in the Netherlands. Put a living room seat on top of the car and use your besom, whatever that is, the long stick, to push the pedal and steer and stuff. You know, I've seen that episode. Typical Lambo driving crypto millionaires, I believe, is what you were trying to say. Even if you do drive a Lambo, you're not typical. You're humble, friendly, helpful. You want others to succeed. Yeah, that's the goal. But I like BH635. It's difficult to know how people perceive you. I have a certain idea, but you don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. Everything is trying and seeing how people react in the end. But yeah, you want to maintain with your feet on the ground and humble. And the thing is, of course, the moment you share something like that, it's above average, which immediately moves like, yeah, it's difficult. I don't know. Maybe in the future, maybe not, but I want to maintain the humble, friendly, the helpful. That's the focus, right? Unrelated to what I share on Instagram in the future, maybe or not. At the moment, I'm just low profile because, you know, it's all, we'll see where things go. But this is at the moment the way I like it. Yeah. Rudy, how you doing, man? Just finished a job. Welcome. Missed out on the analysis. Oh, just one of those days. Summarizing the analysis. Oh yeah, I mean, I kind of have to quit as well, really. Like we are here already talking for almost 4 hours, yo. 4 hours. Shit. So probabilities on the weekly remains bullish. On the daily, also still looking for the bulls. Even if you do make another low, we covered that scenario, but still, you look for continuation on a weekly time frame. On a 1 hour time frame, the probability is higher to sooner or later take out this high, right? Now, as mentioned in the morning update, that includes looking for three-wave structures like the WXY or the flat. But I promised myself I would talk about this in the live stream, which we did. And based on the analysis earlier in the live stream, the probabilities are higher that what we had here, right, is corrective, and this move to the upside was very difficult to count as an impulse or some sort of an impulse structure, increasing the probabilities to continue the range, which is how I ended my analysis with weekly bullish, daily bullish, right, even though low or not low, bullish. 1 hour time frame, high probabilities to take the high, but more local, we are looking for a continuation of the range. And that is at the moment what we're doing with the move down. So the most interesting scenario would be the WXY, to be honest. Yeah, we would need to go a little bit lower for Y, and if we don't, there's always the potential for a bigger flat. The moment we do touch the 618 here, 58.4, taken from the high to the low to the high, then we could have a finished Y and look for up. But in other words, to answer the question, probabilities were higher to move towards 57 than 68 if we look at the thumbnail. And the driving experience is impressive, but everyone has their favorite. Are you trying to trigger me? Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, everyone has their favorite, absolutely. But yeah, interesting. Maybe I'll do a test drive or something. Boris, is the channel delete others? No, I'm not sure what you mean, but no channel, nor the YouTube channel will be deleted. Also in Discord, all the channels are still there. So, desert off-roading. I have done off-roading on a motorbike because I am a biker, and we, with a group of friends in the Netherlands, we have done motocross. Of course, not competitive, but we did it on track and then also in between the trees and the tree trunks, I suppose you call it, and like the bridges and stuff. So more trial as well as track. Wow, that's tough. Like, that was the first time I did it. It rained the whole morning. We came there and it was so tough. I went face down and I had a GoPro on my head. I probably have the video. Yeah, I 100% must have the video on my laptop somewhere. If you're interested, I'll probably show it, but or another time. I'm not sure. I do have to go. But I fell about 10 or 11 times. Now, of course, you fall in the dirt and you get back up and you go again. But oh boy, was that tough. And also, I'm a road biker, not a dirt biker, so I had no idea. I prepared watching some videos on how to lean, but once you're on that thing, you forget everything and you just fall. Now, the second time we went, it was dry and it went great. So that was actually really good. And then I only fell 3 times, which compared to the 11 first time or 10 first time was a big plus. But wow, that was tough. But I've never actually like crossing. I've driven off-road, but not like crossing in like a desert or something. Not yet, at least. What's up, Tov? Cheers, Murat. Appreciate it, man. Good to have you here again, Murat. Nice to see your message. Matt Ego, hey brother, thanks for the. You're really good at explaining things. You're doing a great job. Cheers, Matt. Hopefully it helps and yeah, helps you in your development as a trader. The thing is, you can't have your cake and eat. If you share, there will be a price to pay. Yes, exactly. If you keep everything private, there will also be a price to pay. You have to choose which you prefer. Indeed. I mean, it's always just a balance. And it's about seeing the reaction. So, for example, with, the CVD template, the newest one, you put it out there. You want it to be free, but it would be nice if people support the channel because so much is free. So you're like, hey, please register as an affiliate somewhere, and you can just get access. But then, of course, you put it out there and then there's people, hey, I appreciate it, but I would just like to pay for it and just trade on my own platform and support you that way. So can I pay? So you observe the reaction, you test the community or the market, you get a response, and based on that, you can change. And maybe that's something to do in the future, but for now, I like low profile. It's nice, but we'll see where things go, and I might sometimes test and see what the reaction is in the future, but not now. I'm not there yet, as in like ready for stuff like that. Oh, the Mini Cooper, yes, correct, the green one, like the green, not like bright green, but that, like, you know what I mean, this softy green, yeah. I think that the first goal that people should set for themselves, and that I have set for financial independence, then I would think about the car. You can also buy the car and then live in your car, and yeah. No, but yeah, I agree. You want to have a certain level of success and then think about the rest. I hear you about not knowing your boundaries with what you should share. I like how you're answering questions on $350 accounts and still are set for life. Your hobbies are interesting. Yeah. I mean, the hobbies, arguably YouTube is a hobby in a way. I just really enjoy it. But then of course you have like your sports hobbies and your relaxing hobbies and hobbies or stuff to do with the wifey. Yeah. Everyone is in a different stage of life, but I don't think I am any different than anyone else. I remember the $350 accounts. I remember back in the day I worked so I had some side jobs when I was a student. Before I was a professional gamer, I worked at a fuel station. I worked in 2 restaurants. I worked in a industrial like big hall where cement was poured in the bags, and then we had to close the bags and then put them on the the thing, the wooden plate that goes in the back of a truck. Like, I don't come from wealth or whatever, and I'm building my own stuff. Of course, with support all around me and whatnot. But the $350 accounts, the $100 accounts, I've been there, which is not even that like, it's arguably quote unquote not that long ago. I mean, of course it's been years, but still. Yes, I did. We always had masks. Yes, Adam. I did that with a friend. So my friend already worked there as a side job in summer holiday season. And then he invited me to come over and help him out. And the pay was good. We got paid about $9 or $10 an hour. And as a young high school student, that's good pay. So at least back in the day, I don't know what people earn nowadays. Yo, BTCC, yo. How you doing? Eric, I guess. What's up, guys? Nice to have you here. Yo, if you want to know more about BTCC, just go to Exchange Info. Here's the platforms, right? Here's BTCC, right? They're right at the bottom here. Eric, you can always send him a message if you want to. But yeah, check him out. Check him out. What do we have running with BTCC? This is a new campaign, by the way, launched last week. So till the 31st of August. Make sure to check it out if you're interested. So yeah, it's a great platform. Nice to see you pop in, guys. I got the Aprilia 457 Aeron. Jeez. Aprilia. Nice brand. Let me see. I want to see. Nice. What a unique front, like the lights. Makes me think a little bit of a Honda light in a way, but does it have a front spoilers? Nowadays, of course, in MotoGP, they're working on spoilers all the time. Very nice. Yeah, it does look like it has some winglets at the front, at least probably the newest models. Very nice. Very nice. I always, when I see a motorcycle or a motorbike out on the street, I always turn my head, typical biker stuff, like, yo, what's the bike, Boris. Yeah. Of course, you first need to learn a theory or develop a plan, then trade. If that is the way you want to achieve financial independence, you can, of course, also set up a business. Now, trading by itself should be approached as a business, in my opinion. But you can, of course, set up a business outside of trading as well. What about racing bikes? I had a R6 2010 Rossi limited edition. And the helmet I have, which is still here, I sold my bike when I moved. I didn't want to take my bike. And also I want to buy more like a touring model so that my wife can actually come with comfortably. But I have a Lorenzo World Championship helmet designed by a syndrome of Down child in Spain, or was it Portugal? Either or, which is really cool. Well, I'll probably be able to find that helmet. Yeah, there you go. It wasn't difficult to find. So this is the helmet that I have. I have a black visor and I have a Dutch visor. It was nice. It was the first in the country, Netherlands. Now I live in France, to get the helmet pre-ordered. So this is the helmet that I have. It's in the closet here. And the bike that I had is the R6 2010 Rossi Limited Edition. This was the bike. So, and then I had, this. And I had the 2010 model, Fiat in the side, red rims over here as well. You can take the seat off and you can put a second rider seat in there as well. I did put on different mirrors, more sporty mirrors, but this is the bike. And then I had the Lorenzo helmet. What a combo, right? So yeah. And now I'm more like keeping an eye on touring bikes and stuff. Oh, sorry, Abid. If we are counting an ABCD, that's a triangle, then E can come to what FIP level? Most commonly, the 05 to 786. So you're talking about a triangle. So A, B, C, D, E. Preferably your E, ratio-wise, right, moves at least to the 05, 786. That would be ideal in a triangle. Now, it is common, this is a little tip, it is common for your wave E to move below the AC trend line, right? So A, B, and then you have C, D, and E. It is common for your E to move below the AC trend line, but not break below the C, because that's an invalidation. Also, it is common for a wave E to actually end on high volume before then reversing, right? So that is something to keep in mind. So what you can do is pull the AC trend line and then check what FIP level is in confluence with the trend line. Do you have a strategy? Yes. I mean, as a business or as yourself? No, I don't do tax minimizing and all that stuff. Like, I'm happy to pay tax as long as it's being used well, right? I lived in the Netherlands, which is a high tax paying country. I now live in France, which actually is a little bit better, funny enough. But I don't have any offshore stuff and tax evading activities. I'm happy to pay what I'm due or pay what I should towards the community and economy and whatnot. It's not going to be like life-changing. I'm not like Elon Musk, you know. But of course, you do pay attention to minimizing tax, but that is business related. So if you have profits, you try to reinvest profits or allocate money into different things. So instead of just paying random tax and it going nowhere, you put it in investments so that your profits decrease, your assets increase, you pay less tax on your profit, right? So you do, of course, structure your money in such a way that you arguably minimize tax, but maximize your profit and investment. But I have no problem paying tax for what I have to pay. Yeah, I grew up in the Netherlands. I mean, yeah. And then maybe, maybe one day, we move to, I don't know, Monaco is around the corner. It should be great, but it shouldn't just be, you don't really pay a lot of, like, you still pay tax. It's just very low. Like, you still pay company tax, I think 21% or something, but you don't have many other taxes that other countries have. So of course you benefit more. But I don't have any offshore stuff going on. Yeah. We should make another local high around 65, 67 to match the one. Yeah, so I agree. 65, 67, highest probability. 70 to 48. But the 1-to-1 from 70 down to 49, back to 65 or 67, then the 1-to-1, 43, 44. Yeah, like 45 is nice, 42 also support, but yeah, in that case, that can happen. You have a Saxonet 1939Y. What? I don't even know what it is. And the bottom from 43, 44 should be in September. Imagine during my birthday on the 24th of September, yo. Yo. Here we go. I don't know what to click. Yo, now that's a bike, eh? Yo, the old school, eh? Old school times. Look at this. It has like a little engine here as well. It's like they're probably quite loud, I can't imagine. Yeah, that's a cool bike, eh? Yeah, imagine someone cruising on this stuff in the street. Yeah, that's a nice one. Take care of it. Cheers, Bear. Can you show from where you push the... yes. The fib is pulled from the start to the end of W to the end of Y, X. These three pivots. Is it dumping coming right now? Well, of course, we already moved towards the downside, but the probabilities are higher to still move down further. At least take out this low, because locally we touched the 886. So it increases probabilities to at least move down further and take out that low minimum. Eduardo, yes, paying less tax through offshore accounts can be legit. It's not criminal if done correctly. That's what Paul did, and we seem to think on it. Yeah, actually, so first, I never researched it. I mean, yeah, maybe I have to check it, but yeah, I'm still a little bit clueless in that department. I have an accountant, like so I should check what's possible, but generally I'm happy to support, but I manage it, Yo, Odin, yeah, I know I have to go. Yeah, that's true. A little stall, but well, probability is high to take the low until this reversal time. Bounce 10k. Oh, from 55. Oh, from 44 to 55. Yeah. 58 300 minimum. It would be nice also in the target area for Y. Okay, guys. Before I get many more questions, God, please let me go. Okay. Now, I had a great time being here, guys. Thanks for the interaction. Thanks for being here. It is time after 4 hours and almost 10 minutes to go. Wow, what an incredible live stream. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. Thanks for participating, all the questions, the chatting, the chilling. And yeah, very nice moves on the chart. Nice to see a little bit of volatility. Yeah, 4 hours. Yeah, I know. Yeah, gonna do some other stuff. I actually had some stuff planned, which, time is limited now because I was live for 4 hours, so I won't get to everything I had planned. But one of the things I am going to do is I'm going to go and do some sports now. That's going to be number one. And then when I come back, probably do some more work, do an update, probably tonight. Yeah, I mean, this live stream was very long, but maybe an update to summarize the live stream and the day. So a video update, and then dinner, spend some time, of course, with the wifey, and then it's another day. Thanks everyone, and I will catch you again at the next one.